Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. It looks amazing.
Which throughout today's session on fund balances and investments. So today's agenda has been built out intentionally. It was iterated on between staff and executive committee. So the staff hopes that you will lean into the presentations today and engage with your questions and your guidance throughout. Today is also about level setting as it relates to the budget and investments. So we're asking you to engage as learners with openness and with curiosity. Staff is also prepared to talk through content today. There may be questions that may require some follow-up based on the details needed or data that needs to be looked at. So there may be some follow-up throughout that might need to happen after the meeting. And then finally, an ask to the commission to help identify opportunities in the budget, in investments, and to clarify what it is you'd like to see come true.
Let me interrupt for 1 second.
Yes.
Director Wong is emailing the PowerPoint to everybody. I know people have laptops, sometimes people process in different ways, so you'll get this in a couple seconds.
Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Director Wong to continue on with outlining the North Star audacious goal and then the results-based accountability framework.
Thank you for that. And I will send that as soon as I go through my slides.
Just a quick clarifying question. So thank you for sharing the objectives and then what commissioners' questions and staff feedback. Are those things now reflected in the objectives for today? I guess I wasn't clear in terms of the questions that commissioners asked or want clarity on. Or will everyone get answers today? They've been designed to address those things? That wasn't clear.
Yeah, staff had a chance to review the questions, and they are baked into the presentation.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? If not, the PowerPoint is now downloading and should be in your inboxes in about 10 seconds as soon as the internet complies with us. So several years ago, the commission adopted the North Star that we believe trauma-informed, healing-centered, and culturally responsive systems promote the safe, stable, nurturing relationships and environments necessary to eliminate and ensure a healthy development for all children. Again, our directionality, how we're orienting our work. And we value what we measure. So our hope and our big, hairy, audacious goal at the time, but I took out the hairy, so our audacious goal is that we want to, in a generation, all children 0 to 5 will have these safe, stable, nurturing relationships and environments necessary to achieve healthy development. Again, rooted in kind of the discussions at the time, kind of addressing both equity and trauma-informed practices, adverse childhood experiences, and what are we doing to support the well-being of all children in California, 0 to 5. With that, at the direction of the commission, because we want to measure how we are progressing. Next slide, please. We are in the process of adopting a results-based accountability framework. And as I said, the North Star will orient our work, and it is the work of staff and commissioners. Welcome, Dr. Dominguez-Brinkley. Just really grateful for this. A lot of actually her portfolio is identifying what those performance measures are, right as we begin to unpack and develop our programs new and apply this to kind of our evaluations looking back. But really, our hope is to actually begin moving forward all investments that are in development to really apply this results-based accountability framework. We went a little bit in depth in December about what this means, but again, leveraging what we have called our superpowers, creating a very specific SMART goal, and measuring that indicator over time to reach our audacious goal, which is again, at that population level. So staff work plans will actually begin to reflect this as we unpack this a little bit more. So we're excited. We know that it's a big transition for this organization to really apply an RBA framework. But we are all very excited about what this can mean, especially in a declining revenue situation that we are all facing.
So with that, we're gonna switch gears now into updates on strategic planning process. And I think we have some discussion questions that are embedded in the presentation. So I'm going to hand it over to Arabella Advisors to begin their presentation.
We're gonna stop sharing our screen. Arabella's gonna come on board. We have Andrew Peters. He's gonna share his screen and his slide deck.
Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning. How are you all? I see folks in the owl, so I see folks around the room, but I can't see everybody at once. But I see facilitation, I see Jackie and folks who are talking. One of my colleagues, Emma, I think is gonna flash up, or Emma or Alma is gonna flash up slides. Would it be helpful if we introduced ourselves briefly before we jumped in?
That would be lovely. And if somebody from your team could actually share the Arabella, I know that you were fine tuning up to yesterday. If you all could share the Arabella deck with us, that would be great.
Via share screen or email it to you, do you mean?
So via email.
Via email, excellent. Thank you, we can do that. And just so that we know, for context, we had sent a memo ahead of time that contains all of the information that will be in the deck today. Is that something that you all have in front of you, or should we not assume that you have that in front of you?
You do have the memo that was part of one of the many events.
Yeah, that.
Very good. Excellent. I just want to, it doesn't matter. We just want to know if it's there or if it's not there. So if I make reference to the memo, people are going to be like, I don't know what that means. Okay. I'm Andrew Peters. I'm a senior director with Arabella Advisors in Washington, D.C. I'm had the pleasure of working with First Five over the past 3 years at this point on implementation of the prior strategic plan, and then now creation of continued implementation of some of the suggestions that we had provided 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, and now development of a new 4-year strategic plan. And today what we're going to do is outline the process that we have aligned on with First Five leadership about how to get to that new strategic plan by January of next year, as well as some pieces that will inform the strategic plan today. And that those two pieces are a focus on defining what systems change means for First Five California, the role that the agency sees itself playing relative to the systems that affect families, children and families. And two, to think about a quote unquote equity statement. And when we say equity statement, what we're talking about is the ways internally and externally you will sort of manifest and commit to advancing racial equity in your work and in your organizational practice. And some parts of this we have drafted for you to react to, and some parts of this we have not drafted because we want to make sure that the process is inclusive and open from the start, so that everybody has the chance to weigh in on their values and the direction of the agency. And we will be completing that in partnership with the leadership team and the commission, and we'll lay that out over the course of the rest of this calendar year. So that's just an overview of where we want to start today. And we can jump into the timeline slides unless there are any questions.
No questions on our end.
Cool, sounds good. Emma, are you showing slides, or Alma, are you? Oh, Emma is. Very good. I should say I'm joined by my colleagues, Alma Pranove and Emma Creighton, both of whom are in the Washington, D.C. office with me today. Okay, let's go to the timeline slide. Process overview slide, perfect. I think you've received a different version of this. It may have looked a little bit more, looked a little bit more boxy. This one actually looks pretty boxy too. It may have looked a little different than this, but essentially I think you have seen this timeline before. And today it just includes some synthesis and updates for where we are now. So I want to go through this for about 5 minutes and then give you all a chance to react to it. And the reactions that I'm hoping for are, you know, whether we have sort of correctly incorporated commissioners into the process. And we'll have a slide here that shows the overall planning timeline, and then a next slide that shows what we think your role ought to be at intervals. And looking for to make sure that your role has been right-sized, and also want to make sure from your perspective that we have included adequate time to make sure that both internal and external stakeholders at First Five, in your view, will be consulted in a productive way towards the development of this strategic plan. For 2025 through 2028. That's the duration of the plan. So over the past 2.5 months between March and now, what we have been doing is aligning on how this process will unfold. We've been unpacking the North Star. We have been talking about definitions of systems change, having broad discussions with the leadership team about the roles that First Five plays historically, and the roles that First Five would like to play. We've been talking about this idea of declining revenues, which I know you've already flagged, and what that means for the approach that First Five takes, what it has meant to operate in an environment where there was more funding, and what it will mean then to transition into an environment where there is less funding, not none, but less, and what that means about the approach that you all will have to take to contracting, granting, and partnerships. And then we have also started to engage external contractors and staff around this idea of developing an approach to equity through an equity statement. And we're in the very beginning stages of that. So right now in mid-May here, or sort of towards the end of May, we are kicking off the creation of equity trainings for staff, the co-creation of an equity statement. Today we'll bring to you some content on where we have arrived so far and defining what systems mean. And we think that's important because it really will feed into what activities the organizations or the agency chooses to undertake and how it measures those activities in the types of goals and indicators that Jackie just indicated under results-based accountability. That will occur between this time we're in now, mid-May, and July. In summer, we plan to transition to mapping high-level approaches to measurable outcomes. So underneath our sort of the revised theory of change, or the agency's revised theory of change, we are thinking about the roles that the organization plays as an advocate, as a convener, as a catalyst, et cetera. All of those approaches will have specific activities associated with them, and each of those activities will map to some sort of an indicator of progress. All of that, from activities to indicators, will map to the audacious goal. That is the sort of fruit of our labor here, is to take all these roles, outline activities under each role, map those to indicators, and then up to the strategic goal, so that everything, or the audacious goal, excuse me, so that everything ladders up, as we say. We want to incorporate in October and November opportunities for stakeholders to have input, so that at that point there is some substantive draft of what the strategic plan will look like that is not fully done, but it is enough for people to react to. And that would include some staff sessions. It might include some outside external partners to ensure that folks sort of agree with the direction that the leadership team has started to align on. And after that time of listening and learning, we'd move into a finalization period in December and January of next year, that's 2025, and would assume that the commission would have a chance to see a final product around December and January. That doesn't mean you'll only see things. On the next slide, we'll go through what we believe your role to be, and we'll show that periodically there will be opportunities for you at your regularly scheduled quarterly meetings and potentially in between those meetings in order to weigh in and guide the development of this process as well. But generally speaking, we see the high-level strategic planning process unfolding this way. We're also doing some change management work. Some of this is from the prior strategic plan, and some of this is new. Primarily the things we wanted to highlight today, we're doing a lot of smaller things, but the big things we wanted to highlight for the commission today are that, one, the staff will be undergoing a series of, and we're very excited about this. I know the leadership is very excited about this, trainings that build on past trainings that a partner at WestEd has already started to do for some staff. And I know that other staff at First Five have been participating in GARE, the government, the racial equity trainers who focus on government agencies. And so this will be sort of a way to supercharge that equity learning work. And then we'll also be in development of this equity statement. And we think of this equity statement as a chance for for staff and commission together to think about what it means to center equity both in the world through the work that the agency does and at the agency level as well. There's also a note down here at the bottom about operational and staff planning. We will be providing some recommendations to First Five leadership on how to do operational things like facilitate communication between departments, facilitate strong communication between staff and commission, et cetera. But those are some of the big things that we'll be doing. I'll go over one more slide and then I will open it up for reactions and questions, because I'm sure one question you have is, well, what about us? What is our role in the process? Today we're in the May Commission meeting. What we're hoping that you can do is to provide feedback on the definition of systems change and to align on approach for the development of an equity statement. These are the things that we outlined in the memo that you all had a chance to review. And then we've outlined roles for you all in future meetings at intervals that you're currently meeting at, and some activities that may happen between commission meetings. So in successive commission meetings, we're hoping you can review drafts of equity statements that we start to put together, review initial versions of the strategic framework, the quote unquote theory of change that will guide the 4-year strategic plan that we're putting together for January of next year. We want you to be able to sort of see the framework that we're creating together with the First Five leadership team, so that you can say what's missing, parts that you really like, things that aren't clear, et cetera. Later in October, we think probably by October, if everything goes according to plan, that we'll have a sort of draft strategic plan. We'll have the bones, the strong skeleton of the strategic plan ready for review. And that will be around the time of the external and internal listening and learning and listening from the prior slide. And then in January of next year, we hope to be in a position for you to approve the strategic plan. Whether it's, sort of fully designed in a beautiful packet at that point, I'm not exactly sure, but it should be in a position for you to substantively approve the content of the strategic plan in January of next year. Between those meetings, we have a couple of ideas. One, we would love to have one-on-one interviews with commissioners to discuss not only the equity statement, but also the emerging sort of process here for the strategic plan. If that can happen between now and August, great. If you all don't have time and that has to extend a little bit, that's fine too. And we also are thinking about ways to use the executive committee of the commission in order to weigh in on partial drafts as well. So we haven't aligned with the First Five leadership team exactly on a process for involving the executive committee. But if you have suggestions for that over the course of the day and want to weigh in on how the executive committee can sort of be involved in and helpful to this process, whether it's as a liaison to the full commission or as a sounding board, et cetera, we're really eager for that type of feedback. Okay. I threw a lot at you. I know you had a chance to review some of this ahead of time, especially this commission engagement, but I want to open it to questions before we dive into discussion.
Yes, Commissioner Pearson. So questions about any and all the things in the memo and what you just presented?
I would love to start with questions on the process that we've just outlined. And then if we can move into questions on, we're going to present more on systems and equity in just a moment. So if you have questions on the overall timeline and process, that would be great first.
Yes, so appreciate the work and how you mapped out the timeline. I guess something that stood out to me is I heard you say, well, so I was looking for community engagement, and I heard you say we might engage external stakeholders. It feels like that's missing to me, and I think it's really important, particularly as our focus is on equity. I think not listening to the folks we are aiming to serve. And I think, particularly with our North Star in mind, that seems like something we need to focus on and build in. I know it takes time and money, but I think it's really important. And along those lines, without getting too far into the weeds, I'm wondering if we can leverage some of the sort of community listening and information gathering we've done through Stronger Starts to reconnect with and understand the needs of young families in California, to hoping maybe we can use that to inform some of the strategic planning work. So I think thinking about kids and families and listening there, and then also in terms of external stakeholders, I didn't see anything around engagement of state electeds or the association. And I think those things are important too.
Yeah. That's a great point. I think in the October timeframe, we have a lot of time, or the pre-October timeframe, we have a lot of time held for what we're calling listening and learning. I may have underspoken a little bit before where I said we might. I think it was less that we may or may not do it. It was more of the plan for exactly who to reach out to, who to sort of interview or fold into focus groups is not yet exactly firm. But I completely agree with you that, you know, in our previous engagement with First Five, we actually reached out to a lot of the same folks. We talked to government officials, we talked to first a select set of county commission and county staff. We talked to advocacy groups. And I think we want to do that again in this process to have a second touch point with some of those same external stakeholders that you work really closely with. The plan for how to do that in summer is still developing. So I would say absolutely, actually, if you have strong feelings on specific stakeholders that you think should be incorporated either into an interview or into a focus group, that would be great feedback as well. But I take your point, and I think it's exactly what can happen in that listening and learning period.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, without going to like specific stakeholders, I think just important, at least to me, to make explicit that community listening and engagement is a priority if other commissioners agree.
And Andrew, if I may.
Sure.
Love the idea of using our Stronger Starts focus groups, which I don't think we've had before, because there's a lot of kind of, again, rich data and information from those conversations between the investment and fatherhood, what that looks like. We'll have to figure out how to synthesize that, probably with Rescue, and incorporate that in our findings. And much of this is built on our change management standard, where, as you know, I think we attached the change management findings as well. We incorporated all the First Five Association, the counties and government electeds and others. So I think we're building on that. And so it's probably a good process to validate that that's still where people believe we should be.
Because
Yeah,
things
you did a lot of
change.
work. Things do change from a year ago.
Very different environment.
It is in a different environment. And at the same time, I think that's a good, just to again validate that that is still where people are. So we, and the blessing is that Arabella did the change management strategy and those interviews, and they can easily reach out again to validate are we still here? And is this still the vision for our close partners and our stakeholders? But I love the idea of, again, including Stronger Starts and what the voices of families versus associations and membership are. So on the fence.
Thank you. Comments, feedback, questions? Commissioners. I want to echo you, Commissioner Hazen, you took the words right out of my mouth on many of the items. So I am grateful that you said that. I think it's important just underscoring I love the idea of work doing the Stronger Starts data review, and it is a different time. And I think it's really important to reach out to parents and caregivers throughout California and ask the question around, where do you see the future of First Five? How, you know, what, ask the specific questions and engage with them on these issues, not the Stronger Start campaign. The other, I completely agree around First Five and the associations and the counties. The other piece I would ask, and we're sitting in crystal stairs, so I say this, is how important our community organizations are to the entire network as well, and reaching out to leaders throughout organizations, in addition to parents and caregivers. The only other piece that I wanted to just note is I appreciate Commissioner Hazen and I, Vice Chair Hazen and I are the executive committee. We've started a little bit in this work, and I think we're eager to continue to be sounding boards and liaisons. The liaisons have to be in public in these meetings, so I think that we've got to make sure that we're complying with open meeting laws. So Jackie, you may be more of the Director Wong, you may be more of the liaison between the various committees. I do think that there's important roles for the committees to play on their specific item that's, so I wouldn't just be exclusive to the executive committee. I think we can provide overall, but you know, finance is critical here. And so how is that gonna interplay? Public policy is written into this. Communications is part of this. So I would actually encourage to have this conversation with each one of the committees as well on that, on the specific area of focus. I think I missed one committee, but that I would try to present it to all.
Chair Albright, I totally agree with you. I want to just throw out also when you mentioned talking to the community-based organizations. Earlier, when we were talking about parents and families in California, I want us to be realistic.
Yeah.
Around how a parent or provider could really say what they want First Five California to do for them, right? And we have a time frame. And so really just being thoughtful, the voices are really important, but where are also the vehicles that those voices can come through? Whether it's the community-based organizations, the county, the First Five counties, or the association, because there is a time frame and we want to streamline that to really understand, you know, evidence-based best practices and what that means. So, but I agree, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. That's super.
Yeah, and again, just to react to that, 100% agree. I think for me, it's about how do we get closest to families in the most efficient way possible, and going through community-based organizations that are working with families every day is a good way to do it.
I think that's a great suggestion. That provides us a lot of guidance and steer for what the listening and learning block of this could look like. I think one thing that we had been considering is how much to bake the cake, how baked the cake should be before folks have a chance to react to it, versus you know, whether we should do that part first and then bake the cake. And I think what we found from our last time is that folks appreciate something to react to. They appreciate the chance to sort of weigh in on something that has a little bit of structure but is not final. And so I think that can be a good mechanism for our whatever set of interviews or focus groups we do with these stakeholders that we're talking about, which I'm hearing are government officials, community organizations, advocacy partners, First Five partners at the county level, et cetera. So I think that's a really good piece of feedback for us.
Thanks, and I'm not seeing any other comments or questions on this particular matter, so I think we can move on to the presentation.
Perfect.
I also wanted to just say the Arabella slides should be in everybody's inbox.
Thank you.
Cool. We want to have two discussions today, and one is going to really lead into the other. And I think, I hope, a natural way. I'll lead one, and then my colleague Alma will lead a discussion on the idea of creating an equity statement. So one thing that we have been doing with the First Five leadership team is to think about what because in the North Star and the audacious goal, those two statements really center the idea of systems. That systems are going to be different substantively, such that children and families experience something new within a generation, safe, stable, and nurturing environments. And so we want to get clear with the leadership on what is meant by systems. Why are they not working the way they should? What is First Five's role in addressing systems that aren't working? What are all the different ways that First Five approaches systems? And so what we did, or what we have done, is drafted up a draft statement on what First Five believes about sort of the world when it comes to a systems approach. And I'll ask Emma to sort of to pull up the slide. You had this in the memo, so if you had a chance to review it over the course of the past few days, that's great. But I am going to sort of put it on the screen and give folks, 2 minutes here in silence just to review it, because it is a dense piece of language. But I'll add some framing for your review, which is this is a sort of draft language on how First Five views systems. It's not final, but the way that we would plan to use it and why we're seeking your input, excuse me, is because we'd like this language to form part of the final strategic planning document, sort of a base of the strategic planning document, so that once the agency starts to outline its activities and indicators, it's clear why the organization has chosen the things that it's chosen, because it believes these things about systems. So I want you to take a couple minutes just to read, and then I'm going to facilitate some discussion and questions on this from your perspective. Okay. I'm going to pull us back, and if you have the memo sitting in front of you or this deck via email, you can continue to read and start to peruse some of the language we've chosen. I'll just say as a little bit of framing too that it was important to leadership in our conversations that they echo where the governor had sort of planted the flag around commitments to equity, around naming systems that have been that have historically marginalized certain populations, why systems are the way they are. And so we drew inspiration from statements and executive orders from the Newsom administration, as well as from peer organizations within the network that have started to sort of be really explicit about the role of racism and discrimination in shaping the systems that folks in California currently live under. And so I'm interested, and we'll move to a set of questions here on the next slide, about, when you reviewed this prior, or when you sort of just refreshed now, which parts of this really resonated with you, and which parts did you really want to sort of put your hand up and say, I don't know about that. Let's touch down on that and have more discussion. So I'm going to start with that question, and I'll ask Emma actually to move back to the slide so that the text is on the screen. So that the question is sort of what's really resonating here with you, and what is, do you really want to sort of flag and say, let's discuss this a little more?
Commissioner Majors?
You know, I have something that comes to my mind and I'm happy for you to tell me, yeah, not this meeting.
Sure.
On the hills of May Revise. And so many things that are going on in Black and brown communities, thank you, Patricia. When I read things like build new systems, white supremacy leads to disparate views of communities. I will ask, in a hopefully optimistic way, how do we do it? How do we do it when budget cuts are real? Budget, compromising is critical, right? I understand that and appreciate that. But I've got a team of children, parents, and providers that are heading to Sacramento as we speak because Black and brown communities are being impacted by these most recent policies. So in a positive, but yet sometimes pessimistic way, I said, what can we do here to when we say these words, which I think are really important, and if we look at it, I guess what I'm looking for is some sort of framework or boundaries that I feel like we can work in with some possibilities of success, knowing what we're experiencing today. So I guess I'm just looking for a little bit of a reality check.
I really appreciate that. I have a response, but at the same time, I think it's really important that sort of Jackie and Angela have a chance to weigh in too. So I'm going to defer to them before I sort of address that.
Yeah, and I'm happy to sort of facilitate the room. I'm not sure
Sure.
you see.
I don't. I see some folks, so it would be really great if you could.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. So Commissioner Fabi?
So Jackie, you're right in asking how, because we have been doing it. You know, we've been working it, and I think that this statement sometimes lacks the action or the partnership that our communities have in making this, in making it more equitable. So I feel like the statement is more like victim, focused. We're kind of, our communities are disempowered. And I don't feel that there's that, I don't feel that there's that agency or there's that, partnership with our communities to make this happen. Because we're advocating, we're doing this, but it just feels like in this statement, it's more like our communities are just being served and that we don't have agency and we don't have that, that ability. So I feel like that's, it's not a partnership. It's more like we're being served.
So can we add that? Can we add this portion on agency? Because naming the thing is important, but how you do it and what the process is, particularly with agency as if it's the cart and the horse, it's the horse, right? Community agency is the horse. Can we add that, right, to the framework, to the structure? Because that's really, to me, what the meeting is about. It's taking your reactions and then just adding, right? Adding, because it will become this big mosaic once we're done with it. But I appreciate the fact that you said that, because community agency is everything, no matter what we do. And Commissioner Major's point around the real-time condition of Black and brown communities, like the right now condition, is going to be really important. So both of those to me feel like great additions to what the plan will become.
Thank you. And for those who are listening virtually, there were a lot of head nods, Commissioner Fabi, to your statement, as well as Commissioner Majors to your statement. Other comments and feedback? Commissioner Hazen?
Yeah, so I was a big head nodder, so yes. I guess, like, as I look at this, I didn't know what year we were sitting in. There's nothing that says like this is unique to now and what our work is for the next, I believe this thing, like 4 years. I think about, and I know this would not reflect specific issues. But I like what I hear from folks is my money doesn't go as far. I'm struggling to make ends meet, and that's always been the case, but it feels more acute, right? The cost of housing, all of these things. And maybe it's not reflected here, but it just, I feel like there's this thing, right? Like there are less dollars at the state level to support all the work, but also people are experiencing, it seems like less money in their pocket, all of these things, so. Yeah, it's how do we reflect what is uniquely now, right? Because I think about, if we were doing this 2.5, 3 years ago, it would reflect the pandemic, and now we are in the midst of something else that I don't know is here all the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess part of it is also, and I haven't seen recent data, and so this is a bit anecdotal, is it seems like lots of families are leaving because it's so expensive, right? Like, so all of that is in the water.
Super helpful. Yes, Dr. Williams.
Just gonna reiterate it, and this is the reason why, right, the structure is kind of half built, because all your suggestions are a part of. We require your insights, right,
Sure.
to actually make it better. So even looking at how we, and I'm talking to Arabella as well, even when we think about how to add those three, right, agency, what's happening in real time, right, Black and brown communities, vis-a-vis the May revise, as well as the real economic condition where families are actually at right now. Because all those data points, right, that you lifted up, we need to include that into this, because that makes the strategic plan a living document as opposed to just, oh, okay, a bunch of theories and a bunch of process, so.
Also, yeah, Commissioner Major.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add to what Dr. Williams just said. So I really appreciate Commissioner Hazen saying, like, what makes this not something we would have looked at 20 years ago, right? And and you said it at the end, but I was already ready. Which is, I cannot stand strategic plans to sit on the shelf.
Yeah.
Right? So I want two things. I want authenticity, which requires being honest and realistic. And I want it to be actionable, where we can truly measure, like, we did that thing, or we didn't do that thing, and we need to change it next year. But I think the word that is coming out to me right now is authenticity and usability, if I can make that word today.
And Commissioner Majors, when you say actionable, I wrote SMART goals all over this. Where's our checks and balances to see where we're at as we move along this journey?
Super helpful. I almost feel like there's two sections that are missing here. You have your North Star and audacious goal. And we have this is where we want to go. We need like a conditions section. Here are the conditions in which we see the world. This is what's happening right now in 2024. Including declining revenue, including where our families are, including where families are. And we also need a values proposition here, we believe in agency. We want this to be actionable. We want this to be usable. We want SMART goals. We want authenticity. Because I think we might be putting a lot in this statement, and if we sort of divided it out, it might have some pieces of it. The one thing I don't see on this slide, but I did see in the memo, so I'm happy it's cut. And I hope it's cut, but I want to make sure, is there's a sentence at the last sentence of the first paragraph, which the first paragraph starts at first 5, North Star audacious goals center on. So, and then the last paragraph, in addition, there's a growing body of evidence that indicates exposure to racism, etc. And it ends with, I'll just read it. Racism and other forms of discrimination affects both children's and adults' well-being by triggering toxic stress responses and leading to conditions that result in adverse childhood experiences. I think the science there is flipped. I think it's ACEs lead to toxic stress, but I do ask a question. I don't see anything about adverse childhood experiences and ACEs, and I was curious if that was an intentional change from this slide to that slide. And if so, let's get the science right. So that's a question. And I don't think I do have some comments on the structural connectivity, transformational and equity focus, but I don't think we're there yet. Yeah, okay.
So I'll quote Dr. Hubert Karras, who says there's a standard list on the ACEs test, right, or intake, right, better way to talk about it. that talks a lot about very specific things happening in the household. And the example that she gives is, if a child is deported or the parents are deported, that's not listed explicitly as an ACE, but it is. I think we can say the same for racism.
There's cultural ACEs,
Yes.
right, the ACEs pair, there's much more. I
Yes.
just think that, I don't wanna get,
It's the wording.
no, it's that ACEs leads to toxic stress. And this says toxic stress leads to ACEs. And
Oh, I
so-
see what you're saying.
yeah,
Adverse
so I-
childhood
yeah,
experiences
yeah.
lead to toxic stress
Yeah,
response.
Correct.
Okay,
Which
but
which is our entire campaign
order.
around Starting
Yeah.
Starts.
Yeah.
But, so that's one thing, and we can get the words right, but the other is, it's not here. Is that intentional? It's not here on the slide. And so was that an intentional change or?
It was not a, okay, we were
Okay.
kind of.
No, for the purpose of this slide, we paraphrased a little bit of what we had put in the memo, just to focus on some of the substantial sort of normative arguments that we're making here and didn't put that sentence in. But I would imagine that a final version, we would want to trace this back to toxic stress and ACEs because they're so important to the work of the agency, and would take your point to make sure that we're getting the causation correct.
Right, okay, then I'm fine with that,
Can I ask you a question?
yeah.
Maybe I'm implying this from what you're saying. But are you saying, I hope you say this.
Yes.
I hope you're saying we need to center more of our work directly, right? From a point A to point B orientation around ACEs and toxic stress response.
Yes,
Like, so let me just 1 second here on this. So an implication of that is, right, we don't do anything on screening. There's a bunch of people doing a lot of stuff on screening. But that seems to be the first layer and level, right? So we're doing all this stuff, great work in communications around people being aware. But then if you're aware, what do you do with that, right? You gotta go get the screening, which tells me that we need to be not only explicit about where the screening is taking place, but we need to work with, for instance, the local first fives on having screening available, right? An ounce of screening is worth a pound of cure, right? If that's the secret sauce to get the thing rolling, that does change the direction of everything that we're doing because it's narrowing the funnel to say awareness is important, screening is next, and then all kinds of interventions, right, related to that and pairing that up. But I will say this, last point, that feels like, and I want to be on this ship. Put me on this ship, Commissioner Albright. That is a different ship.
Mhm.
Do you know what I mean?
So that's why I asked, because it's not on
Yeah.
here, and so I didn't know if that was an intentional shift.
Yes,
I would like to be on that ship
yes,
as well.
yes.
However, I do think it's a strategic question for us as commissioners, to Commissioner Major's point. And Commissioner Rizzo, like, it's not just a different ship, but we have declining revenue right now. So
Right.
can we do it?
Right.
And so, we're in what I understand from the phase of our strategic planning, we're a little bit in the all ideas phase,
Yeah.
so I'm comfortable putting it into this as all ideas, it's great. And I think it's really important that we hold ourselves accountable to achieving what is put on the page. So, thanks for that conversation, Dr.
And I think that is the right question, is this is the commission's strategic plan. And our North Star is rooted in adverse childhood experiences and ACEs specifically and equity. So we're putting this at high level, and I think that is for us to kind of move forward and help facilitate for the commission. Is that where the entire commission?
That's a good question.
Yeah, so, because it's not ours, it's the commission, so really it's a question on the table for us to help support that for the commission.
So we could spend so much time on this. I want to make sure that we're on time for our Arabella team. I know you're trying to get through a lot. But again, we could go here if you want us to.
We're fine on time. One thing I want to do is sort of reiterate what I've heard so far, and then maybe we can take a few more comments on this draft language, Commissioner. So what I'm hearing is one, to think about in the text a prioritization of agency, or what some folks might call an asset-based frame rather than a deficit-based frame. And I think that's a really great sort of piece of feedback about what we're reading here. Two, to think about the sort of real conditions of the current moment that we're in. Again, this idea that if this had been written in 2020, we'd be talking more about the conditions of the pandemic, but to root this in what's going on now. So it's two. 3 and 4 points that the commissioner made around articulation of conditions and articulation of values. I think that's really valuable and helpful input. And I just wanted to respond one thing to Commissioner Majors, which was, I don't think this is the part of the strategic plan where you're going to get that most actionable content. It will be in the strategic plan, but we plan over the course of the next few months to use this as a seed and then to build in sort of specific activities and indicators that get towards that accountability to what's here. So if we're seeking in this statement, you will not find the sort of real and practical, and here's how we're going to hold ourselves accountable, but that will appear later, and you'll have a chance to review that, I would think, later in sort of towards Q3. So I feel you're sort of like how to make it real and pragmatic, and I think that piece is coming.
Commissioner Major?
Great, and I get that. I also believe that whatever comes out of this, the seed is planted in this.
Yeah,
And so
yeah.
I'm clear that we are at the beginning of this and building the structure of this, but I think intentionality and words are important. And I think the ability to act on and the immediacy and the more tangible nature of this is very reliant on our work in this part. So I appreciate that. I understand that. But I still feel like that has to be thought of here.
There were two other streams of thought that came through or in the comments. I just want to make sure that you have them. Commissioner Rizzo talked about SMART goals, relates very clearly actionable, relates very clearly to this. And the other is this conversation we had about adverse childhood experiences.
Yeah. Is it actionable?
Before we, shift on to the next part of the conversation, those 4 bullet points, other feedback, comments from the commission or from the team? Thanks so much. I think we can shift on.
Okay. Next, we wanted to, so just to transition us into the next part, which my colleague Alma will start to facilitate. We want to get this right because we think it is the grounding for the strategic plan, and it's also the grounding for what we're calling an equity statement. And we think of an equity statement and the approach we've taken, and we're open to feedback about this. It is a statement of sort of positive intent around what you will do in the world relative to your external partners, and then what you'll do at your organization to inhabit this value around racial equity. And that comes as typically sort of a set of commitments to get to your points around how are we going to hold ourselves accountable and how are we going to make this sort of real and practical. And so we imagine it as a companion to this language here. And
Sorry, I'm so sorry. This I think is my fault. I know it's my fault. Those last 4 bullet points, structural connectivity, transformational equity, I'm not sure we fully fleshed those out.
I'm so sorry. I thought you wanted to move on. Okay, but happy to touch down on those.
Go lower on the slide. Sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Move on to lower on the slide. I'm misunderstanding. Yes, please.
Said it wrong.
Yeah.
Do folks have anything about those?
I mean, I would just echo what we've said before about actionable. These 4 things seem right, but I think just making really clear what we mean, and yeah, more action, unless it's designed to be aspirational.
Thank you.
I would like to value add to Commissioner Hazen, it would have been helpful for me to have examples of actions under each of those. So I really had an understanding. I mean, I get what these are saying and they're great. I really love the connective piece. I was circling all the verbs like, you know, an educator and like, wow, you know, there's lots of, you know, action in this, but what does that really look like? What can we do to make sure that we're hitting the mark? So,
And I feel like we hinted some of it, but even more explicit. Great.
I found myself in the same vein, looking at the investments that we are making and trying to attach them to one
Yeah.
of these categories. And I understood certain things like research and policy and media but there were certain investments that I didn't understand. I'm sure they do, but I didn't understand how they fit within these four. So that alignment will be helpful as a next step for, I think for all of us. I had a specific question. I don't want to get into wordsmithing, and this might sound like it. Transformational doesn't, for me, isn't narrative change. I thought maybe you're talking about norm changes here. I didn't understand that line. So I might reflect a little bit about what we're trying to get. Is it about changing narratives, or is it about something transformational? And sort of if we do all of this, it's transformational. So I like the word, I just don't know if it's in the right place. And I think, and then I think maybe to Commissioner Bobby's point, that word empower is a challenging word. Who has the power? So I would have curiosity about whether or not that's the right word.
I think it's back to my original statement, but I'm gonna say it in a little bit of a different way, which is, I think the framework that we're creating here is so important around what do we do? Because a lot of these words that you're mentioning aren't our work. We're First Light California. And which is why it's so important for me to take off my Crystal Stairs hat, where I'm on the ground doing this work, because I am empowering people and I am doing that, but that's not what we're necessarily charging ourselves to do, or maybe it is. But I would really like us to think about in this early thinking around this in this framework, which I'm so excited to be doing. What is our job? Because we also don't want to create unrealistic expectations of California.
That's right.
That we're gonna go out there changing everybody's diapers, right? Like, I really want us to be, I think the words are important, and while we can't wordsmith all of those today, I think to have our mind on, but what do we do? Yep, but what can we do? So even when I look at building systems, it does say play a role in building systems, but all I saw was building new systems. We're not necessarily gonna be the builders all the time, or ever sometimes, right? So I think those words, while I certainly appreciate a lot of that stuff is the details later, I think we have to be honest about some of those key ones early on, because it'll drive us the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think everything you just said really resonates, and I think for me, we do the aspirational stuff. I look at the first bullet, right? The audacious goal, like that's where we can see the big, bold stuff. And everything else has to be realistic, and it has to be pragmatic, and it has to reflect where we really are and what we can really do over these next 4 years. So I think a little less lofty and just more honest, would be useful if we really wanted to do the work.
And to your point, the other part that I know you guys aren't ready to talk about at all, but it's the communication of this, right? Because people have to believe what we're saying, and audacious is like, oh, really? Okay, you know, I think it has to be believable so that people of California, our closest partners can be like, we believe you, this is something that's doable. So I think the communication piece of this, the integrity around it, you know, again, the realism, I think is so critical.
Friendly pushback.
There's two of us. Watch out.
Oh, I'm ready. I can take
My money's over
it.
here.
I can take it. I can take it. Slavery lasted roughly around 250 to 300 years, slavery, American slavery. Harriet Tubman had an audacious goal. Right? But it was very specific to what she was going to do as compared to what Frederick Douglass did, right? So she was more embodied, so she stole people, period. She stole herself, and she came back to steal roughly 1,700 people over a number of years. Frederick Douglass did something completely different. He managed the case. He was the attorney, right? He was I'm going to talk about Black humanism. I'm going to write a book about it. I'm going to brief the president, right? So again, same goal, but segmentation. So what I hear is, I think, exactly what is probably the most important thing that you have lifted up for us. We have to work from a collective impact framework. And even if, I love the first 5, we changed diapers. I love that. Because it's so specific. Nobody ever asked the question, what do? They change diapers. Don't think about what else anybody else is doing. But in the whole spectrum, right, of all the things that could be done for children 0 to 5, we know what our task is. And so that becomes our identity, because the strategic plan has to roll back into an identity. And that is the real question. That's why I want to get on that ACES ship. I'm just be real with you. Because the North Star Audacious Goal is rooted in, right, all of the work that Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris and others have done. And therefore, that's it. That's our identity. But the question is, how do you operationalize the identity? Therefore, what do you do? Do you do screenings? Is that what you do? And is that one thing that you do? And you have to let the rest of the things fall to the wayside? Or one of the things that we did at the summit, last point, is that we started to put together a collective impact framework with the rest of the state agencies. So the Office of the State Treasurer, the Office of the Surgeon General, and CDE are all doing work on ACEs. And we've been having conversations around this. So how do we segment this? Which part do you have? We feel like we have a 0 to 5. The Surgeon General feels like she's working on adults. CDE is thinking about, well, how do we do that in terms of curriculum in the classroom? And the Office of the State Treasurer is looking at mitigating adverse childhood experiences as they relate to economic issues with the Cal kids, right? But we're all working on ACEs. We're just segmenting the work. I think the largest possible question, and we organize this to get the exact reaction from you. Like, no, that doesn't sound practical. That doesn't sound weird. But what is practical?
Okay, I got 2 questions. for
Yes,
you.
please.
First of all, you have to finish your or. Focus on our identity and let the rest fall by the wayside, or, what was the or?
You're sure. Or just
And then
consider.
the second question, is, what is the push, like, what specifically? Because pushback to me.
No,
No,
yeah.
I know, I totally understand, I just want
Yeah.
clarity, because you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
well, I'll be politically here.
come on.
So what, because it sounds like you're saying something very similar to what we're both. we're all saying.
I'm actually saying the exact thing. Let me
Okay,
tell you what I'm
that's-
doing.
that's-
Let me just lay it out to you. It's the challenge of saying, we're gonna do this and we're not gonna do that.
Yeah.
That's the toughest
And-
political position that
But
you all are in.
I really appreciate that, and I feel like for the 5 years I've been on here, that's what I've been saying is. Once but because we often are like, we're gonna do it all things to all people. We're gonna get a lot of criticism.
Right.
We're gonna hit a lot of failure.
Right.
So I am a proponent of saying what we're gonna do and doing what we're gonna say, and that means we can't do everything and we can't be everything to all.
It's easier to
With
measure
declining
as
revenue.
well, if we're talking about capacity building and leveraging resources, you can count those things. You can count the dollars, you can count the number of, heads of organizations that you've trained
Right.
how to fish. So I think and I also had that same question about the transformational. Like, just didn't jive well with that sentence. I feel at the end, we have to show, like, transformational is a big word, right? We need to show the numbers that show that we've been transformational in the time frame.
And
Thank
define
you.
one of our counties that we serve, right? I'm counting San Joaquin first 5, and I'm looking at this, and this looks amazing, and it's impressive. What does that mean for us? Map it out, like, mean for us, California, mean for us, San Joaquin.
Yeah,
County.
San Joaquin County and all the
Yeah, okay.
individual counties that we serve, right? I'm looking at this and it's great, but what does this mean, like, specifically? And that's why that
outline the actions. Oh, that's what that means. That means that we can rely on First Five for this, or I know that they're gonna follow through with this. I think breaking it down more would be beneficial.
Super helpful. Commissioner, Director Long, and then Commissioner Major.
We're in a moment in time that we are doing transformation. Historically, for 25 years, we've been funding programs, not systems. This is a critical conversation in the evolution of who we are as First Five California with declining revenues. It's why it's taken 5 years, Commissioner Majors, to get to this point. Right? That we have to leverage a collective impact vision and be clear about what that is. Because what does that mean to our 58 partners on the ground who have 80% of the dollars? How do we help create that collective impact conversation versus buying diapers and changing diapers like that? Is that what, and that's fine if the commission says that's what we want to do. We want to fund and just change diapers versus, you know, a bigger picture. Again, I say that because this is the commission's discussion about who we want to be for the next 4 years. And we support the results-based accountability framework. What is actionable? What are we measuring at that population level? And data that we can just aggregate to know that we are doing what we say are we doing, we're saying we're doing within that equity framework. You'll hear a little bit about our, again, our annual report. And one of the biggest things is challenges with disaggregating data, right? For various different reasons. But what we're talking about, if we want to impact systems, we need to have population level indicators that are publicly available, by the way, of seeing whether or not that is changing with the investments, with the vision that you all set forth. Right, so that is the critical question right now on the table. If we are to do systems work, we need to focus on systems things versus just individual programs. And I can acknowledge Chair Albright is that there's some things may or may not, but we had a strat plan was a very, if you read it, in my opinion, was very program focused. And that's why you're feeling a little bit like it's not, because we're in the middle of a critical identity change for the organization. That is already acknowledged, gonna be hard. We're going to have, or the thing is, we're gonna have to say no to something. And once we're clear.
So let me just do, before Commissioner Majors, you talk, think about that question. If we're gonna assume that's true, that we are taking a different direction. We are going from systems work, we are going to systems work from programmatic work. How do we feel about that? Because this is like, there's some critical moments for us to give direction to the team now. That is, we actually don't have votes. I don't think there's a vote required, but just let's like mull that over as we keep listening to it. Because if we don't all feel that way, we should say so now. Commissioner Majors, and then I wanted to say a couple things too.
Okay, and I'll say this really quickly in that I do think that, you know, identifying who we are, what we're doing is important, what piece of the puzzle we are. But I don't know that it's all or nothing, right? I think even under transformational work, I mean, the definition of transformation is connected to something to change, right? And positive outcomes in that change, and figuring out what that connector is, like, what are we doing? And again, we've talked for many years about the direct services, like we can't keep up, like, is that our work, right? But I think the other important part of collective impact and what you were saying is if we are going to pick a place and that's who we're gonna be, that's who our identity is gonna be, we're gonna have to also clearly understand who our partners are and let our partners do our partners' work. Because I think, again, that's been my feeling since I've been here, is that First Five California is just big. We're such a big entity. And I think we see people as looking at us to make these happen and make these big California transformational changes. But we can't, and we certainly couldn't do it alone. And it's not even just about saying, okay, well, we'll partner with you on this, we'll partner with you on this, but also letting the qualified partners do the qualified part of their work. Not recreating the wheel, but being sure where those intersectionalities are and what role we know we play and that we play really well.
So love what you're saying. Thank you. If you're allowed to use the word love in a commission meeting, but thank you. I wanted to add to this values list based on the conversation that we just had, this concept of collective impact. Because I think it's, supersized partnerships. I think that's a really important value that we've all talked about, we're lifting up. The other is accountability or results-based accountability. Another is this concept about driven by data and research. So I just wanted to lift those up in terms of this piece. And then I wanted to dovetail off of what Commissioner Majors just said. As just an example, I'm not suggesting this is where we go, but Dr. Williams, you talked about ACEs screening. I think it's incredibly important that our state is doing ACEs screening. I'm not sure what First Five California's role in that is. It could be that our role is around education for parents and caregivers to do ACEs screenings, for community partners, educate community partners or counties to do ACEs screening. But our role is not to do ACEs screening, but we can partner with others to do that. So I use that as an example, and I think we just have to be really clear. And for me, the light bulb went off with whomever said collective impact, because that allows us to, if we really lean into that, it allows us to be effective, be transformational, be accountable. If we really lean on our partners to do, like, we all have a role, let's figure out what our lane is and do that very well.
Sure.
Yeah, Commissioner Hussein.
I think something that's important as we think about collective impact, or some of the other things that are being, the collective impact means a very specific thing. It is a very specific model. And so if that's the direction we're going in, I think to be clear, because I don't know that we all understand it to be the same thing. A, to make clear what that model is, if that's the direction we're going, and B, what our role is, right? Are we the backbone entity, or where do we fit in? Whether it's collective impact or any other model that's reflected in this plan.
I would just recommend, especially if you're going this way, one of the reasons why I recommend collective impact is because every place that I've gone, we've utilized it in some form or fashion, right? It starts with a common set of values and ideas, right, around what you want to see, the state that you seek. It focuses on having a common set of data, right? So you can't just say, I want this thing, but you don't agree on what the data points are, right? It also establishes that you need anchor institutions, because that's how you divide the work, right? Once you see common values, common data, common strategy has to be reinforced really with the delegation of tasks for anchor institutions. I've seen it work at the national level at the Kellogg Foundation. I've seen it work in Compton, right? And one of the reasons why it's so important is because it basically says no one entity can carry the load. No one entity can actually complete the process. It's a true circle moment. It's rooted in, I love the land acknowledgement, because all of the collective action is really rooted in the circle way, right? The notion that it is, right, the entire wisdom of the group that can actually help. But one more thing to add on that. So, but it also says that in order to actually track how we get to the state that we seek, what's most important is we have to bring those people to the table. We have to recognize that we're not just First Five trying to get to the audacious goal of North Star. It's 5 other anchor organizations. And so it's a constant conversation about, I'm doing my part. Are you doing your part? What's happening with your part? Because for the state, a part of what we're trying to do is to hoist this collective impact piece inside of a 3 to 5 year budget deficit, right? And collective action, last point, really speaks to the fact that I really can't do everything now. I have to have, everybody's getting cut in a certain kind of way. So even the smaller piece of what we're trying to get to can be carried as a collective load. So
We have about 25 minutes left. I just wanted to note that I think we have one more part of this presentation. I don't want to cut off if anybody had any final thoughts.
I love what you just said. No, we'll push on.
Great.
But let me just also, I realize, we are in a, public commission meeting, and so that doesn't necessarily lend to all types of learners. And so, I think that, as you sit with this information, I'm extreme introvert, and so I'm gonna sit and reflect on how this works, let it sort of digest, particularly over lunch. Let's make sure that however your engagement style is, let's make sure that you have an opportunity to be able to share that within this meeting, and we'll try to create that time for it if it's not right now.
I have a 10-second
Yeah.
addition to the collective impact, which is to say funding as well needs to be collective, right? And so thinking broadly about how we are collaboratively funding systems changed work. I don't want to lose that, right? That we don't have to carry the load alone. Public and private. Just for-
I think we can hand it back over to Andrew, if you want to continue.
Thanks so much. Andrew, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for this great feedback on the statement. I have a lot of things to speak with, or our team has a lot of things to speak with Jackie and Angelo and team about. And I think this puts us in a good position to reframe some of this language in a way that more closely reflects the values that the commission has for First Five's work. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Alma, and we're going to talk a little bit about, we'll continue probably with like 20 minutes more of discussion, or a little bit less at this point, of discussion on a statement of equity.
Thanks, Andrew. I will keep my little preamble here short because really eager to hear this group's feedback and guidance. Well, not feedback, guidance and perspective. You all saw this in the memo, so I won't reiterate it too much, but just to say it out loud once, this part of our work, thinking about First Five's commitment to equity, is really in its earliest stages. So this is a really open conversation, the start of a conversation. We're not making any decisions today. We're really eager to get your early perspectives and guidance. So Emma, if you want to move forward one slide, I'll make this point super quickly. Andrew has mentioned it a few times, but just to drive it home, we are talking about these as sort of separate pieces, thinking about the systems change definition, thinking about the equity commitment, and the strategic plan. We've sort of been talking about them as three separate things. And I think in some ways, while we are baking the cake, they will be, but they're all going to come together in one place. And our hope is that they will reinforce and really speak to one another. So I think you're all already doing this in the conversation, but there are going to be lots of different points of connection between these three things that we're sort of talking about as separate entities. But really, I want us all to embrace that this is like allowed to be a messy conversation because they are not going to live on forever as three distinct things. Emma, do you mind moving one more forward for me? So as Andrew said at the top, we are not coming to you in this conversation with drafted language, but we imagine, just so that in case this is helpful for anyone's thinking, what the end product of an equity commitment will look like. We are expecting that it'll have three things. There will be a description of equity as a core guiding value for First Five. We'll draw the connection between your North Star and audacious goal with a commitment to equity, all of those pieces. We'll also talk about these specific goals and how you are all going to live out this commitment to equity. So to Commissioner Majors, your point about really wanting to be specific about what is a measurable goal that we can be accountable to, we definitely want that to come through in the commitment to equity. And then there will be that piece around accountability. And I think that can look like a few different things. It could look like how you'll know you're on track for meeting these types of goals, or it could look a little bit more tactical around like what are the internal systems and processes that you'll put in place so that you're checking in on these things regularly. I think there's some flexibility about what that looks like there. Emma, if you don't mind moving one more forward for me. This is where we want to open it up to discussion. We had in the memo sort of teed these questions up about what are the conditions that need to be true, both internally and externally, about First Five and its work in order for your work to be structural, connective, and transformational, the way that we had it in the systems change definition. If that framing isn't feeling totally right. I don't want that to be limiting in our conversation today. So we could also talk about it in terms of what needs to be true, both internally and externally, in order for you all to live into. I know we've seen the roles that you all have in your your existing theory of change now. So we could talk about it in terms of what needs to be true internally and externally in order for First Five to be an advocate, a convener and a connector, a catalyst, and a broadcaster in an equitable way. Or if none of those frameworks is helpful, we can just talk about sort of, you all know that equity is such an important commitment for First Five and what needs to be true about that. So I'm curious, we did include some examples in the memo. Those are also here on the slide about what needs to be true, both internally and externally. And I wonder if that feels like a good place to start. If folks had any reactions to these examples, anything that came to mind for them immediately.
Digesting. I guess I can jump in. The words I kept writing down, initially when I read this, that I might push back on myself, is community engagement, participatory research. You know, how do we really create a broader circle of people who are engaging in this? And yet I really appreciate what Commissioner Major said around our capacity to do engagement. So I wrote it down, but I paused myself on it. And similar, what are different forms internally of engaging or holding ourselves, maybe this comes internally, but accountability. You know, how do you think about annual culture surveys that have an equity focus? How do you think about doing professional development surveys? How do you think about evaluations and 360 reviews that have lots of, you know, for everybody, you know, those kinds of things. I think when I think about equity, you know, you have to start inside with yourself and the organization before you can really lead externally. And so I think that those accountability measures internally are just as important as the external. Sure, Bobby, you look like you want to say.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
No, I was just thinking externally, like making a commitment, to make sure that, the things we do are language accessible.
Commissioner Hagan?
Yeah, so I've been thinking a lot about the internally piece, and so really agree with everything you shared, and also, you know, I think sort of defer to staff as well. I mean, all of sort of the processes you've identified sound right, and also as commissioners, we're not living the day to day internally, and so I hope any recommendations, you know, from staff would be reflected and shared. Because I think we all know best practices, but in terms of what is really uniquely needed to move the organization forward in alignment with equity, it needs to come from.
And as you say that, I realize, you know, internally also means the commission. And so it's not up there, maintaining, you know, leadership team, staff and commission. I think we have a role to, we need to hold ourselves accountable as a commission.
Yeah, so even just making it like, who is the leadership team, right, but that's helpful.
Yeah.
Two things I thought, and I'll say the second one first now that you said that, Chair Albright, is, I'm like, where am I? Yeah, because my board is part of my company. And while there's a lot I always feel for staff, you know, when we're in commission meetings, we want to change this, go change this, you know, I totally feel for you. But I'll just be honest, I do think there needs to be a culture shift in our engagement. And I try to hold myself accountable, but I don't think it's, and again, no fault to any of you, but I just don't think we're part of the thinking. We're part of the, they gotta approve this, we gotta sell it to them. I get it, I do it too, I have a board, so it's like, okay, how's this gonna go through the quickest, or taking on a few thoughts that we said 5 quarters ago and saying, I think this is kind of the direction they wanna go. And I'm gonna say this, cause I got a platform for 5 seconds, but you know, even being engaged in some of the work, that's what I signed up for, you know? The conference and the things like that, you know, I think that for me, being a fixture in early care and education, anything that First 5 California does, my constituents down here are like, Jackie, why did they do this? And, oh, we loved when you did this. I'm like, oh, I don't know anything about it, you know? I want, and so I'm not saying I want like it's Christmas, but I'm saying, what should the culture be in terms of internal involvement and our involvement to be really engaged, informative, and good partners for the staff and for the collective work of First 5 California. The other thing that I was gonna say, which didn't have a lot to do with that, but was when we think about this first bullet point, maintaining a leadership team and staff that are reflective of the diversity in California. That's difficult, depending on where you guys are, what zip code you're working out of, and where your office is. I experienced that here, in Southern California, right? And you have to work hard at it. And you have to find the people that aren't reflective on your staff. And it's not just about checking off a color block, right? It's about a cultural competency. Not just a language competency. It's about a cultural competency because, and you all know this, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but you know, we all work from, because I think somebody said, we all know best practices.
Oh, sorry.
Y'all don't know best practices for me. I don't know best practices for you, and I don't mean you, Commissioner Rizzo, I mean, you in terms of your cultural needs and expectations and so forth. It's when we have a staff that is fully culturally competent, which is going to require all of us to engage with personalities and people that we maybe don't have that around the dinner table all the time. This is a hard piece. It's a bullet point here, but y'all, this is a hard bullet point. My HR has a really difficult time doing this because they go for the low hanging fruit, which is low hanging fruit is qualified, available, and going for the salary we're operating. But that's not what's gonna get me.
Thank you. Hang on, just for roll, Richard, I saw your hand, so you are the most important person in this conversation right now, because you're keeping us.
I also just wanted to offer a frame also, when we think about like values such as like equity, values are the things that guide us through good times and bad times as well. And so I think it was framed at the beginning of the meeting around, may revise, we've talked about like budget constraints as well. So something to think about, like, as you are reflecting on the commitment to equity is like, is our budget constraints, like, is that reflected in here too? Like, how do we approach like when we have to make decisions on budget as well? So just wanted to put that out there as folks are continuing to reflect.
Thank you, and tell us how much time, is this the last piece of the conversation?
This, and I think that there are some next steps that they want to offer up. So we have about 10 minutes in total for all of that.
Commissioner Paz.
Sure, just briefly, in another board I was on, we integrated the equity and inclusion by identifying and really stating like the training programs that both the staff and the board, so the commissioners and the staff. But also that might be something we include as a resource for the counties, is providing on our website, like, you know, throughout the year, having these seminars. So I know at the conference that I attended, there are a lot of counties, like in Fresno County, for example, that And we have a really hard time. And so, and with those counties that have a lack of resources, I think that's a measurable goal that we can include is providing some of those resources and kind of even webinars throughout the year.
So much, Commissioner Hazen.
Yeah, so. And just been thinking a lot about diversity, and I'm wondering, you know, in addition to thinking about cultural diversity and being culturally responsive, the other thing to me is I think about this work and being part of it for almost a decade, I really on this commission, is geographic diversity, within the context of equity, but recognizing, we're a big state with diverse needs and diverse communities and sometimes specific, either regional differences that we don't always think about. And so, you know, as I look at these bullets, and I know they're examples, but you know, the first one, maintaining a leadership team and staff that are reflective of the diversity in California, not forgetting that that also includes geographic diversity and unique needs that, you know, differ in urban versus rural communities, for example. So I don't want to lose that because I think it's important in a state as big as California.
I was just wondering, do our constituents have a way to communicate to us? I'm just wondering, you know, if we want to, look at if we wanted to represent the needs of the community, or how, you know, how are they able to communicate with us? And if we want that.
Yeah. We have, I'm looking at Dr. Williams, he's in the middle of a fight, but we've been thinking deeply about this. Actually, both of us had separate thoughts when we first joined of how we're actually getting to the voices of children and families, right, versus organizations. And the idea of, and I'm just putting it on the table, of an actual community advisory that represents community, right? Not intermediaries, not state agencies, but people on the ground. And we would propose also students, you know, I guess not students, but I don't think students, but again, how do you get that children's voice centered in that? But Dr. Williams?
No, I was gonna say the same thing. I always think about it like the triangulation of data, because we do have great partners, right, who direct close with the family. We need that data. We have a communications, right, structure. That's another set. But that third level of direct community in an advisory committee talking to us, trying to figure out how to configure it so that we can actually represent the geographic, right, diversity, the different kinds of families, shapes of families, definitions of families, to give us some fresh data. If we had all three of those, we'd have a better chance of figuring out what the reality for families is. So I would definitely suggest that.
Can I just add that I agree with all of that? I would just maybe think about, in terms of this idea of collective partnership, let's not create a whole nother policy council, parent council group. We all have them, right? Head Starts all have parent councils. I'm sure across the state of California, there are groups that are already together that I think we can tap into.
Yes.
As opposed to, let's create our own First Five California group that can talk. I mean, there's benefits to do that, but I'm gonna challenge you.
Yes.
Are you qualified to translate what they're saying?
True.
Okay, we're not all qualified to translate data, right? And I think when we can partner in that way with different entities, community-based organizations, and I get, you don't want to necessarily take the word of all these agencies, but I think when they have the entity already together, and for Head Start, for any of you who run Head Start, that's an annual change of parents, right? Or childcare providers on some of my childcare providers, that's legislation that's required. So you're getting these people from these different communities, and people to be able to support in, and I don't want to use the word translation, that's not an appropriate word, but in the refining and broadening of what's coming out of that group and the data. So it's just a thought to think about those things and those groups that already exist.
There's one more thing to add. What do you all think, commissioners, about, and again, we're just throwing ideas out. 'Cause I agree with you, Commissioner Majors. We think of it from a triangulation of data, but there's so much more data. Because there's so many more organizations that we could actually tap into, is trying to figure out what's the pipeline for information, how do we get connected with them without, again, duplicating services, paying attention. So that's the advisory idea. What do you think about actually adding members to this body that are focused on children 0 to 5? So it'd be exclusive. It'd be a parent or a set of parents, right, that have children 0 to 5, and they would sit on the board or sit on the commission. And that voice would be in here. What do you think about that?
So statutorily, we can't do that, but they would be part of that, right? That's clear, it's very clear who can be on the.
Well, statutorily, that's just the law right now. That's just the law right now. That doesn't mean that it can't be changed.
And operationally, we can add a voice that is not necessarily official.
Yes.
But is an unofficial voice
Yeah.
that can be invited.
This is a
So-
question.
So Dr. Williams, I think that's a great question. In terms of strategic planning, I'm sure that our Arabella advisors would be, that's an amazing activity. Let's make sure it's tied to a strategic plan. So I love the idea of having that question. And I also am charged with making sure we're on time. So us with Richard and I, so keep that idea, have thoughts, dialogue about it. Any other additional comments that we can help the team and the Arabella colleagues with this first 5 equity statement? Other comments that people want to make?
I don't know about you, Alma, do you have any other questions on the statement that would help?
No, I don't think so. I think we heard a lot of good feedback and nuggets around things that could happen internally, externally. And then I think I'm going to sit with this broader point about talking about diversity in broad terms. I think it could be helpful for us to align around some definitions for some of the words that will end up in an equity statement so that we are all talking about, like, we are embracing a broad definition of diversity that gets at geographic diversity, things like that. So I'll sit with that a little bit more, how we could think about some grounding language.
That's all from our end. I think this has been a really helpful time. It's been a lot in a short period of time, and gives us a lot to reflect on for both of these pieces of our early work on the strategic plan. And you will all have a chance to come back to this discussion at intervals. So really appreciate the time you spent reviewing our memo and taking time to share your thoughts today.
Thank you so much. So we are, I don't think we're adjourning officially, but we take a lunch break. Yeah.
Before we adjourn to lunch, can we just, for the public, go through the slide about our next steps on strat plan?
Oh, this is good.
Happy to do it. We're just at time, but if you have a little bit of time to extend, we're happy to go through that slide.
Yeah, 30 minutes versus 35 for lunch, I think. I'm seeing a lot of.
Sounds
Yeah.
good, and I'm happy to do this. Okay, so we've tried to structure this so that you have touch points at the intervals that you're already meeting. Next time we see you, next time we have a chance to speak with you, we will want to we will send this ahead of time for you to review as we have now, but we'll want to review a draft of the equity statement. So today we talked about some pieces and principles within that statement. We will want you to take a look at that draft. We'll want you to take a look at an organizing framework for the strategic plan. So something that gets into the granularity of how all the pieces fit together, from systems and equity to activities to indicators. Subsequently, we will have time for reviewing drafts of the strategic plan in October and then approving in January. We don't need to get too far into that's very, very next steps. But I think between now and August, what you can expect is a couple things. One, we want to reach out, if possible, to schedule one-on-one calls. This is something that we had done in our prior work with First Five, and it proved really fruitful to have one-on-one conversations with commissioners. To the extent that you're not available or don't have time between now and August, I know you all are very busy. That's perfectly fine. fine. But it would be great if we could get on the telephone or the Zoom, I guess it is now. And then we should expect documents from us towards the end of the summer to start reviewing. And we'll have another sort of discussion that mirrors this one in a few months. Is there any other details that you wanted us to go over, Jackie? That is very fast details, but there are probably a second layer of details that we could discuss if needed.
Thank you for that, Andrew. Just a note, responding to the chair's also use of advisories to kind of brief and kind of in the work. That'll be my job, to make sure that all the commissioners are involved, whatever the scope of each advisory looks like. These are at the public commission meetings, and hopefully we'll think of a strategy of how to actually brief and engage commissioners individually without breaking the bag we can.
And what I just asked Director Wong to clarify, every time it says meeting up there, it's not an additional retreat day. It's the commission meeting on that day. We'll incorporate this into the commission.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
It was a really fruitful discussion. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So, lunch, Director Majors, Commissioner Majors, what should we do?
I don't know, Lisa?
Lisa,
Have you talked to Tracy?
I spoke with Tracy earlier this morning. We told her the timeline for lunch.
so stretch your legs and we will, if we need to do a working lunch, we can do that too. So stretch your legs, enjoy, facilities are out.
We're back at 12:30.
12:30. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right around.
I don't know, like, what's happening.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
You know, I didn't really quite know what to say. That's what.
Less than 2.5 hours. Yeah, that's actually really good. Yeah, and I don't even mute the pseudo sound. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to thank everybody. Fantastic morning. Learned a ton. The original handed over to you.
Agreed. Welcome back, everyone. So I'm here to get us started with our afternoon sessions. Quick recap. We started off the morning with reflections from the commission and staff. As I read out some of those questions from the commission, the upcoming session will be where we get some answers to those questions. And then as an appreciation to the commission for leaning into the presentations this morning with your questions, your curiosity, and your guidance. We also reviewed the North Star statement and the audacious goals statement. We had a presentation from Arabella, provided updates on strategic planning and led discussion on planning elements. A couple of things that are still resonating in my mind from that discussion. What is First Five's role in leading, supporting, or informing in different issue areas? How can we be actionable in our language and ensure that we have SMART goals that are aligned? How can we act collectively to serve California families and kids? So on the screen here, you'll see the next couple of sessions for this afternoon. We will dive into reviewing and discussing the revenue forecast and fund condition summary. We'll move into presentation on current investments and investments in development, and then a discussion with the commission. We'll take a short break and then we have a presentation on the Fatherhood Initiative. And then we'll round out today's meeting with some closing remarks, public comment, and adjourn. Adjournment is scheduled at 4 p.m. With that, I'm going to move us to the next section here. We have about 45 minutes to delve into the topic of revenue forecasts and fund condition summary. I'll have Angelo take the first slide, and then we'll have question. We can pause for questions there.
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to take on one aspect of answering these questions relative to our conversation on the fund condition and the Prop 10 statute. One overarching thing I want to talk about real briefly is I'll label it the genius of the California electorate. Of course, in 1978, Prop 13 reduces property tax funding for education, and then by proposition, voters come back in 1988 and decide we're going to double down through Prop 98, lots of eights, to give 40% of the state's budget to education. Now, you would think game over. Voters have done their will. They want 40% of the budgets. Massive kind of transformational change inside of the budget. This is not one piece of legislation. This is how the budget responds. So they spoke their values, right, related to that. By 1998, they have doubled down. And Prop 10 is a double down. It actually, if you think about it, it's a genie in the bottle, right? It's lightning in the bottle kind of orientation, right? During the 90s, of course, sin taxes were, I use this term lightly, all the rage. But the idea of using a particular kind of sin tax, like a tobacco tax, for the purpose of education and health for children 0 to 5 was relatively anomalous at the time, meaning there are not lots of states that were attempting to do that. The reason why that's so important is because that the way the statute is oriented, it focuses on a sin tax, which all sin taxes reduce over time, right? Because it's not the statute simply saying, let's give some more money to education. If they wanted to do that, voters would have went back to Prop 98 and said, let's do 50%. They weren't interested in that. They were interested in a very complex structure of funding, meaning all sin taxes nationwide are meant to go out of existence for particular purposes. But here's something that's interesting about Prop 10, and I'm going to jump into your roles as it relates to that. If you really look at the structure of the statute, and there's some really good documents in the voter registration guide during 1998 and some other reports on the LAO that really focus on this idea, the voters probably for the first time established the notion that the thing that they've dedicated funding for, tobacco, right, use, the entity at the same time is focused on getting people to smoke less. Technically, it's illogical. It does not make sense. But that's why it's different from Prop 98. That's why it's different from any other educational funding. It is really meant and seen most in the foundation world. It's an innovative or an innovation-oriented proposition. Let me say a couple more things about that. One thing also to think about is the success, right? We talk a lot about what's in the future, but really the success of Prop 10 is Haley's Comet. If you think about, and you all can think about this, right? Because I know I can. If you go back to 1998 and you ask yourself, what's the conversation around children 0 to 5? What's the brain science related to children 0 to 5? right? It's next to invisible. It's there, right? There's lots of work, right? And then there's like at least 30 years of work before Prop 98, Prop 10 shows up around that very special notion that, right, the early kind of intervention, right? So all of the K-12 teachers know this. My dad was a K-3 teacher. He said this all the time. So you knew that in the educational training that they would get, teachers that is, at the university level, they understood why K-3 was so important for brain development, phonemic awareness, all of the kinds of things that make students proficient educationally. Absolutely. That was the purview of the experts, right, at the level of 0 to 3. What the proposition did is that it created an agenda change for the entire state. And at the same time, if you look at all of the foundations that surrounded the work, Annie Casey, Kellogg, there's many to name, it created a new environment, right? An environment that we sit in today. It's hard to see that the environment is different and special because it seems almost commonplace and mundane. I mention that because that's the kind of transformational work that Prop 10 started. For the last 25 years, it's changed the water. Everybody knows talk, read, sing, so they understand why that was important. Some criticism about it, but the notion that this early childhood knowledge that was once the purview of specialized teaching and education is now as commonplace as a commercial on the television. Yeah, Prop 98 or Prop 10 did its job. So the role and commitment of commissioners, and particularly this question, how commissioners can better support the services to the population we serve, are really rooted in what many of you, particularly of you who serve on boards, particularly school boards, know. Just 3 tasks related to your role, right? It's oversight, it's generative, and fiduciary, right? Oversight meaning programs are established. Let's start with generative. The whole conversation that we just had and your insights around the strategic plan significantly changed the direction of where we want to go. So that's one of your roles and responsibilities, right? And commitments, right? To provide generative feedback so that the ship is steered based upon your expertise and insight. Number 2, fiduciary, right? That's one of the reasons why we're doing this entire presentation, because we want to get on the same page with you about how the funding actually works. And it's kind of tricky. It looks one way because we're called a state agency, but our funding is so far afield from what a regular mainline state agency is, we shouldn't even be called a state agency. Marshall will definitely help us really truly understand that. And there's a map. The beautiful part about it is Marshall's done some great data visualization. So when you see it, you can understand it. Okay. And then last, oversight. This is one of the most important tasks related to your role as commissioners. I'm going to say this because I think it's important. Jackie might pull me back. But as it relates to Glenn, right? This is probably the most important role that the commissioners have right now. And your desire, particularly on tomorrow's agenda, to expand the fiscal committee to fiscal and audit is right in that wheelhouse. So, generative, oversight, fiduciary. All right. The intent of the voters as it relates to Prop 10 is that we were going to be out of business. But definitely, they created it. This, like, I know. Jackie's going to talk to me after this, but like the Notorious B.I.G., we were born to die, right? That's the album cover, right? And the reason why I say that so abruptly and clearly is because if you look at one fact related to the statute, right? One fact. We should not be doing tobacco cessation. It doesn't make sense. Just hear me out on this. What I mean by that is the main thing that funds us, we're actually ensuring without a doubt that smoking goes down. And as Dr. Mings Brinkley tells me and provides stats and data, the number in terms of smoking, particularly for prenatal and mothers who are having children or who are pregnant, are significantly down. right? Check that box, did the job, and we did it so well, we're running out of money, right? And what I mean by that is, we all know the data inlets, right, in terms of the flavor ban and all kinds of other things, right? But what we know for sure is that the curve is going this way. So if the curve is going this way and we're born, right, with the idea that we're going to do tobacco cessation, which basically depletes our fund, the question is, who are we? What is our identity? Right? So part of that identity that can be implied and inferred from Proposition 10 is that we are made for innovation. We are made for research related to the biggest possible systems change. This is the 20%. This is not directly related to what the locals do, but the 20% that system change, the only thing we can do with the limited funds that we have is create innovation. Create things that can be taken on by others. Create structures. That collective impact piece is really important because really, right, in terms of time, talent, and treasure, organizing a collective impact orientation is more about time than treasure and more about talent than treasure. Okay. In addition to Prop 10 funding, what are all our funding sources? Marsha Thomas is going to tell us all about that. And what is the impact, return on investment, and DEI considerations for our investment? Last point. I think I said this the first time I had a one-on-one with Director Wong. We don't take the Victory Lap, right? And the Victory Lap is really for the entire network. It's not First Five California, right? The systems-oriented commission. The entire landscape has changed based upon the initial funding and investment by Prop 10 with a specific focus on innovative funding, research-based ideas that then become commonplace. Our existence and the fact that something like Good, Bad, or Indifferent, Universal TK could actually pass first by the commission and locals created the fertile ground for that. It couldn't have happened in 1998. And if you really think about that, we're going to add another year? We're going to have transitional kindergarten? Nobody's going for that. But the way they go for it is that over the past 25 years, we've been saying, the earlier you get started, the more you talk, read, and sing, the more you focus on early childhood education and health, the better outcomes are for children. In particular, we already know, this is my last point, because of the history of the country and all kinds of issues, communities in particular have been very aggressive in their agency and their license to push back on things, to create other structures, to ensure that equity is put on the agenda. And so we now are clear that these DEI considerations are important as it relates to equity. But what we know in communities is that the work has already been done. And we have to figure out, this is really a challenge, how to talk about equity, diversity, and inclusion, but to allow communities that are most affected to lead the conversation. Because if we just talk about it theoretically, right, then it becomes, oh, check the box, DEI is important, as opposed to communities may have an even more impactful definition of what it means the next 25 years to focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it could be something drastically different from what we'd ever thought of. I wanted to provide that introduction because Marsha is going to take us through not only how we're funded, but hopefully can present to you some of the interesting contradictions around, right, our 20% in statute and how we are mandated to spend it and our future.
I also want to pause in case there are any questions specifically around like the intent of voters, the role of the commission. And I know that we'll get into other funding sources in a moment.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I just have a question. You said something to me, to us, because I know it's just me in the room. You said something to all of us that to me is very, very clear. Which is we were born to die, I know that album. I know that album. But really, that the whole goal of this funding was tobacco tax, and hopefully we'd stop smoking, I'm a Gen Xer, so I grew up at a time where this was really big, right? Don't smoke, wear your seatbelt, right? But is that a common understanding? right, that literally based on the mandates of where this all began, right? I was on the first 5 master plan, right? Many years ago, right? Like a lot of years ago where we were, and that was just clear. It's just something I've known. We believe, not around this table as much as universally, First Five California is seen as an entity that has declining revenue by design.
Was that the legislative intent? I know that's what it feels like, but is there language on the floor when they were debating?
Well, I wasn't around then. I don't want to use myself that much, like, I don't know, but, and again, I may be just looking at a generalization that is incorrect. But for as long as from the time I was a child care provider at 21 years old, I knew that First Five California, and this was funded by tobacco tax. With this bigger understanding that it would decline over time as people stop smoking. That was just my understanding. It may have been a very junior understanding, but you just said it, so I guess I just wanted to bring out sort of that, the elementariness of that, and just see if that's accurate, and if that is a universal understanding.
Can I add a little, just tiny bit of sauce to that? I'll wait for permission.
Yeah, I had to think about it.
Sharon said, I'll let you say yes.
Little tiny bit of sauce. Okay, so when I say that we were born to die, it really looks like, from all the stuff that you can read from the LAO, from the original intent related to it, that it wasn't, all of you who work with nonprofits know this is your cross to bear. Usually it's soft money, it's one-time money, it's not continuous funding. It doesn't have a line item, you don't have a BCP. If the legislature wanted to say this is a state agency with a BCP, right? They would have did it. But they didn't, because legislature, it moved way out of their hands. There was a movement, obviously, as everyone knows, that was bigger than that. Let me take one step up and stop. You know, the real problem is, and let's just be real direct about this, because funding as it relates to women and children, any level, anywhere in the state of California, it's not endemic to our state, usually have some sort of either hitch or catch. And I don't say that to label anyone. I just say that when it comes to teachers, for the majority of them who are women, they get paid less. And we're constantly having the conversation about pay. Nurses, doctors, I mean, it's just there. So there's something in the water of the state and in the nation and in the world right around that. But in particular, last point, the factor that's most important is, it's kind of like, we've known this for some time, right? In terms of the funding related to children 0 to 5 and women, particularly the majority of childcare providers and workers are women. We've known that for a very long time. And so the legislature could have done something different. They could have said, you know what, equal pay, right? The Lilly Ledbetter Act that President Obama passed, they could have passed it in California in 1998. Didn't do that. What I mean by that is that we're caught in a catch-22, right? Because we can't solve the larger problem of, let's do pay equity. Let's be clear to pay the teachers what they're worth. Let's be clear. We get into this conversation around the art of the possible as a part, unfortunately, and not the art of, right, what clearly is right. So there's more money in the state as a whole, but the voters, knowing that there's this conundrum, my opinion, decided, yep, we are going to fund that. But we recognize that it can't be, right, state agency oriented, meaning you have a line item of BCP and you show up every January. Right? Because if that was the case, then that would be the best move possible. There wouldn't be there would be a shortage because there'd be cuts like every year, but it would be just different. Right? The Prop 10 dollar is very volatile because we're reliant on people to continue to smoke. That's how we exist. When prices go up and inflation goes up, people smoke less, right? Sometimes they smoke more, but on par, they smoke less based upon the price. Again, it fluctuates. But it goes up and down, which is another part of Marcia's presentation, to really look at what is this fund and how can you really rely on it over time when it fluctuates based upon all kinds of conditions that surround it?
And can we-
So that was a lot of sauce. I really want to get back to my original question.
Okay.
Which is, a lot of that was things that happened after and what we could have, should have, would have done.
Right.
But our forefathers of First Five California. What was their plan? And I asked this at the last budget thing we had a year and a half ago or 2 years ago. Well, and that doesn't mean that we have to be doing that. The forefathers of our country built in racism. Okay, so I'm not saying we have to do that. I'm just asking, is it a universal understanding? And maybe I'll bring it back just to this room. Is it a universal understanding that this was temporary money? That the goal of this money was to eliminate and support the elimination of smoking, and if that was successful, the tax from smoking would decline without a secondary plan for other revenue streams.
And let me take that one step further, because that's exactly the question I have. Or was it somebody else needs to take over, like, we believe in 0 to 5. And something else was gonna support this, not not a continuation of Prop 10, but there was gonna be some other, and was it gonna go to the counties? That's what I've heard, is that there was a sense that the counties were gonna take over 0 to 5. This was gonna be seed funding, and then each county was gonna develop it. But that's the question I have, like, what is the founding?
Still, and I appreciate that, then it's still temporary money.
Yeah.
It was temporary money for a temporary, right? And so and I guess I'm just saying, and because we could start now building our plan based on a shared understanding. It's just, you can't start something and say, I hope somebody else will pay for it later. I mean, without something written in a contract, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you can, but yeah, see, where we are.
Do you think though that they really thought that it would have a significant impact? Because I would think they would put in some like sunset language or some, or reevaluation in a certain number
So
of
what
years.
would happen?
That like the tax
People
would
would stop
actually
smoking?
stop smoking completely. Like maybe they always thought there would be a funding stream, just like.
There is a funding stream. It's just not enough to do all that we would love for it to do. So to your point, I would hope that they went into it with the goal of actually,
Or maybe like throwing
Decreasing.
tossing the ball and figuring it out later and they never figured
sounds
it out.
like it, but I would have hoped, what I would have hoped, to your point, Chair Albright, is that there was a more intentional, like, we're gonna get this seed, we're gonna start it, we're gonna build this foundation, awesome, and then there is this plan to either hand it to Commissioner Hazen to take it away, or to get additional revenue from another funding stream or other funding strategies, because we hope that what we set out to do happens, which is people stop smoking. And so I don't know, but I lived through a lot of this, and I'm just, because I've been in EC since I was 18, so I've, at least from afar, seen it. And I just wonder what that is, because I think the expectations often, to me, in the community and my colleagues, sometimes now that I'm a commissioner, I'm like, that's not realistic. That's not a realistic expectation. I think we've been challenged about how we communicated and maybe where we have, invested our dollars to support that identity that we're supposed to be, which is why I appreciate that we're doing the work now. But again, I just think there's there's probably different opinions at this table, so.
I think that's an important point of the intent of Proposition 10. And then even a more important point that you're raising is, what do we do about that, right? Regardless of the intent, where are we going? I don't know that we're gonna be able to answer that here, and I wanna make sure we have enough time to talk through revenue streams as well. So I am gonna hand it over to Marcia.
Can I just add?
Yes.
Just for thought, not to answer, back to, it's our identity with a 20%. Like the statute is clear about our role of 20% and 80% of local. So Chair Albright put on the table was the vision that the counties would take over.
And speaking to Department of Justice on clarification of this, our role of the 20% is very different from the 80% of the. And I see our fiscal person nodding their head. Right? There are outlines of oversight, accountability, investing in demonstration projects, and an evaluation. Right, very specific to the statute. So I think that's a question for the commission to Chair Albright has a good question about what was the vision? Was it supposed to be this or that? But and for this purposes, what is our role within the statute within that declining revenue context?
I mean, I guess I struggle with, going back sort of the intent and all the, like, we just came out of a conversation where it seemed that there was consensus around collective impact, and I think thinking about Prop 10, it feels very limiting to me, which isn't to say, yes, we are for sure experiencing declining revenues. We need to be really clear about how we use the dollars we have. But also, I mean, I guess when Commissioner Major says, is this a common understanding? For me, like, my understanding is that there was a desire to drive real change in terms of young children and families. And I think that continues to be the work we need to do. And I just want to think really broadly about the dollars we have in front of us today, but is part of our work about building funding coalitions. I don't know, but it feels limiting to say, oh, like money's going down, 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 as if we have no agency in leveraging other dollars outside of those that come from tobacco tax.
I'll hand it over to Marcia. We have about 10 slides. We'll go through the slides, and then we'll open up for questions from the commission. And we can go back to slides as those questions when those questions pop up at the end.
So what I'm gonna kind of go through is just give it an understanding of how we get our projections, how we use our projections, how they feed into the documents, and how we utilize the document. So the first slide is the flow of projections. So I'm just trying to show that we received the projections from the Department of Finance. They give us multi-year point in time revenue projections once the governor's budget in May revised gets released. But the slides that we're gonna be looking at today after this are January's projections, because we haven't gotten the May revised quite yet. So we had to utilize the information that we have that's most recent, what we're actually using for our financial planning. Once we get the data, we feed it into the financial plan. We look at the backfill and the statewide assessments to make sure no updates need to be made. And then we look at the 80%, 20%. We take the 20%, feed it into these documents here, which we do our financial planning. Once that occurs, we hand that over to the executive staff and our executive office and staff. And we all go through it and kind of evaluate where we are. Let's see. So for each commission meeting that we do, we hand out the financial plan, which is the first document here. And then we also give you the fund condition summary. So the fund condition summary is more detailed. The financial plan is higher level. The fund condition summary will show you our list of investments. So then next slide. And then this slide is basically showing the distribution by accounts. The 20% of available revenues is allocated to the state commission, which is responsible for the state level administration of early childhood development programs. The 20% is to be used on mass media, education, childcare, research and development, unallocated, and administration. 80% of the available revenues are allocated to the counties and dispersed based off recently published birth rates. Any balances that are not expended during the fiscal year will roll into the next fiscal year because it's continuously appropriated. The funds are classified as special revenue funds, which means money from are derived from special revenue sources. and to be legally restricted to expenditures for specific purposes. So, next slide. So this is taken from the statute, slightly summarized, because there wasn't enough room, but it displays all of the accounts that we oversee and then what the intent of the fund is to be used for. And then next slide. And then that's our fund condition summary. So that is the multiple page handout that you have. So just kind of wanted to briefly go over that. So there's kind of an understanding of how that works and how it functions for us. Let's see. So you have your beginning balance. So that's kind of like what you are starting out with in the year. That's your checking account balance. Then we have deductions, which are going to be all of our investments or expenditures for that fund. Projected revenue is looking at our Proposition 10, Proposition 56, the new CSET tax or revenue, and then interest. And then let's see. Then we get down to the year-end balance. That's what's left over. We do a 15% reserve off of the projected revenue. So it's off of the, like on this example right here, the 1.4 would be taken off of the 9.3 amount. So it's basically taken off what we project to get for the Prop 10. And then we have our year-end balance, which will start the next year. It's important to note that the 15% reserve, we have that, we carry that throughout the year. So as we go into the next year, it's not carried over, we release it and we do it again in the new year based off the revenue for that fiscal year. And again, like I mentioned previously, any funds that we haven't expended rolls forward because we're continuously appropriated. Next slide.
Marcia, could you explain a little bit of continuously appropriated for those folks who versus different from the state budget that is appropriated annually?
It just continuously rolls forward. So whatever we don't spend, it's not like we lose it, right? It just rolls forward into the next fiscal year.
And it's a monthly allocation versus us.
Yeah.
Many people are used to the state budget where.
Yeah, I have a slide.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, I have a slide that will show that picture, but we'll go on to that. So these are our revenue sources. Our primary revenue sources is Proposition 10. Which we all know is generated from the increases in the taxes on the cigarettes and other tobacco products. We also have the Proposition 56 backfill. That's actually received annually, and that's determined by CDTFA. They have a methodology that they put together the revenue and transfer it into the account. And then the CSET, which is pretty new. It was effective July 1st, 2022. Other revenue, which is not really a primary source because it's very it fluctuates quite often and it's not something to rely on, is our interest. So every account that we have or every fund is interest-bearing funds. So let's see. I think I covered all of that.
Marcia, on the 15, oh, I'm sorry, you said to hold our question. I will wait.
Go ahead. It's fine. You want to go
The
back?
15% that we set aside as a reserve, does that also keep accruing interest? Or
It's held in the account. So anything that's held in the account that's not the immediate use of the department is actually invested. And so it's constantly accruing money. And then as soon as we have like an obligation that's due, then the money gets put back into our account so that we can pay it.
Okay.
So it's constantly earning money.
If you're taking questions now, why do we have a carry forward? Why do we end the year with a surplus?
We have extra cash.
Yeah,
I know, but why? Are we not budgeting for it? I mean, some years it's quite aggregate, it's quite large, that carry forward.
Over the last 5 years, it actually has been larger. And so, I don't know if I carry actually been with us for quite some time, that it's been larger, but given kind of the balance of it and the working with our counties, we actually have a spend down plan that you see now with our carry forward or our fund down.
And then I think there was a philosophy that we wanted I don't know that it was ever explicitly said, save for a rainy day, but I think we don't want to spend it all now. And so there was intentionality around holding on to a big portion of it. And I actually think we've gotten better. It's spending more, but I think there was an intentional decision to do that. That's something we should.
And at one point during the Great Recession, we had such a fund balance that the state actually came to us. We could take our money, not borrow it, I'm making clear that we voted to address the state's fund balance. Both the county and the state, but there was litigation and the county portion was litigated against, and the state could not actually use that fund balance to address the funding deficit. So that's for a little bit of historical context in 2012 of what happened then when we had a huge fund balance. And I want to be clear that it funded things like CHIP or healthcare and child welfare, right? And it still went to things that were addressing children when the commission voted on it. So I think there's a philosophy that it did not go to children, but to be clear, it did go to children's services that were critical.
But I think in general, this entity has been, until maybe more recent years, pretty fiscally conservative.
That is correct. Yeah, sometimes you have fund balances because, budget to actuals, people not being able to draw down the money. That's not what's happening. It's an intentional thing upfront. Okay.
And more recently that have to the spend down. To make sure that they're services.
We have about 5 more slides.
Are there any more questions on this before I jump to the next slide? Okay. So again, this was taken, we shared it in January, we're sharing it again. We didn't get updated projections, so this is basically what we're basing our financial decisions off of right now until we get those updated projections. So for January, we're projecting to have 300 million at the end of what we've collected for revenue. I don't know. Did you want me to stay on this Jackie a little bit or just jump? Okay. So we can go to
This is all of her, this is all.
this
Prop 10,
collective,
all of
it's
those
like
three
all
funding
of the revenue, so it's all of the Proposition 10, Proposition 56, the Smith. The CSAT was included this round. But it's everything, including the 80%, it's the whole 100% of the funding.
And it shows the volatility of, we have a May projection and then we have a higher January projection, we have a lower May projection, we have a higher January.
I think January was a little bit low, May was a little bit low because we didn't really know what the impact of the flavor ban would be at that time. And then when January came out, they kind of had a better idea because it was already in effect for like a year. So it was a little bit higher than anticipated. And then,
But that you see the consistency of May, January. It highlights the volatility of how to project. Right.
I mean, we just included that as the funding structure. We kind of shared that last time too, where we get the money from CDTFA. It gets transferred into our account. It's already automatically allocated. We don't have control of that allocation. It goes 80% into the county account, 20% into our accounts. And then next slide. And so that's just looking at, like, we're projecting to get 311 million for revenue. Right now, we've collected up to March of Prop 10. We have the annual backfill, and then we got the first 2 quarters of CSED. So right now we're at 249 million that we've collected as like all of it, like the whole 100% piece of the pie. So
We have about a quarter left. So that's
Yeah.
good to us.
They're just like Jackie. So this one is just basically trying to show the volatility. Kind of answers why we have a fund balance too. We try to keep a fund balance on there because the revenue is so volatile. It is usually, I say usually, because sometimes it's a little bit late, but it's transferred monthly into the account, the Prop 10. But it's not always consistent in the amount that we get. So we've really worked with CDTFA to try to get the revenue that transferred in a little bit more consistent. So in the past, I used to do the administrative charges, they would do it in like 4 chunks, which was pretty significant at times, like you're not expecting it, and it would be like 4 million taken out of the account. So what they do now is they estimate what they're going to pay out for the year, like this year, it's like 11.9 million. And then they'll divide it by 11 months, so that way it's consistent, and it's like everybody can expect it's gonna be the same.
That's a yellow line, right?
The yellow line is the current year, yeah.
That's good.
And let's see. Try to make sure I didn't forget anything. And then, so revenue factors, so there's different things, obviously, that impact our revenue. Let's see. So I think, obviously, there's so many, I didn't capture everything, I just kind of highlighted a few, the changes to laws and regulations, which one of them is the flavor ban. Trends, right, people stopping smoking, going to different things, and then changes in consumption. So, I mean, we kind of talked about that a little bit earlier, what the intent of the statute was. California's really done a good job in, you know, cessation programs. There's a lot of Californians that have stopped smoking, so the revenue has declined. I feel like, and this is just my interpretation based off the things that I've read, the statute was, I mean, it does talk about the revenue declining naturally over time. It doesn't really talk about like what the other outlets are to get revenue sources, but it did say like if we were to dissolve, the money would go back to the general fund, whatever's left over.
Yeah, it's also notable of taxable sales is whatever the tobacco industry wants to do to increase
Right.
users, right? So when they introduced flavored tobacco that is beyond methanol, not methanol. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Methanol.
I'm trying to
They're trying to, but they are still trying to get them with a different.
way.
In a different way, that for those years that it was introduced, it went drastically up. Right, you got new users online, you got young people online when the tobacco industry decided to introduce flavors. So you see that trend too, so if there's anything else, the tobacco industry is always trying to get new users, so that's another revenue factor. That impacts this.
Yeah, so. Yeah, so less tax of cigarettes, you know, sold is less revenue, so, but we have, you know, less health issues and stuff like that, so it kind of balances itself out in the statewide budget. It's just not helpful for us. And then so. I think that was my last slide, and I'm just gonna end it on just kind of going back to the one that fluctuates monthly. And kind of why we keep our fund balance. So when we get down, if you look at your fund condition summary. In 27-28, when we end the fiscal year, we're projecting to end it at about like, I think it's like 58 million. And that's a plan, like, we don't know if that's actually gonna materialize, if we're gonna come in lower than that, we really don't know, and so we do keep that fund balance. To be able to encumber like our contracts and our obligations to be able to pay it. Because this, like I said, this money just comes in monthly, it's not all at once, like a normal state appropriation. So. I think that's all I have. I don't know if anybody has questions for me. Hopefully I covered everything. Well, a little bouncy.
Thanks so much for being responsive.
We were just at the end of this section, but if folks have questions, maybe we can allocate maybe like 10 minutes to questions from the commission.
I have some questions. So thank you. This is super helpful. There in the past, you've showed one chart which shows the breakdown of what the funding can be in terms of percentages that under the statute, you have 6% for mass media. Did you do that? That one, perfect.
Yeah.
I was looking down when that was presented. Under mass media communications, to Dr. Williams' point, and I was just trying to pull up the statute. Do we have to spend money? It's mandatory. Okay, could be, it says including but not limited to. That's been interpreted as we have to spend money, but the rest of my sentence is we have to spend money on tobacco cessation education.
Yes.
Okay,
There's certain things, sorry to chime in, there's certain things that are in statutes such as communications, tobacco cessation education and the parent kit. How we decide to operationalize that, that is part of the discussion.
Okay, how much do we, what is the percentage that we do spend on education around tobacco cessation?
I don't know, how do you?
Well,
Just approve.
in January, I introduced you guys a new proposal and I recommended to do a reduction. Mainly because coming from public health, I knew that they were a large investor and partner and doing a lot of the tobacco cessation and education. So I think moving forward, we reduced it by 40%. And I think that was a good decision from all of you. But in the past, I think you guys had been funding them consistently the same amount. And that infrastructure has been in place for quite some time, so it made sense to do a reduction.
So we're not, it's $1 million a year?
About 1.5, close to 1.5 a year.
It was about twice that, so, and our revenue, as you can see, was 62, so the math on $1 million on that 60 is.
Yes,
That's
it was like 40% reduction.
That's super helpful, thank you. And then I think this question may be for you. Looking at the financial plan 2023 to 2028, I am not a mathematician, but I did what the percentage decrease was each year. And it went from, 19% to 26% to 35%, and then it went up to a 31% increase in the balance in years 27 and 28. And I was just curious why, it's not a huge increase, it's 15,000, but why are we getting an increase in that final year? Is it how the carry forwards?
So are you talking about the bottom line,
Yeah,
like you're on this page?
yeah,
It's just because we haven't really, there's a couple placeholders in there for 27, 28, but they're not that high.
I see. Okay.
So we haven't really put placeholders in place, I don't know how to explain it.
So it's not full, the
It's not
budget's not fully
fleshed out.
developed out.
It's not
Got it.
fleshed out, yeah.
Yeah, so the 27, 28 year is the year where we haven't had new investments. So when we went through this 2 years ago, we went through a process of thumbs up and thumbs down with GPG. And we had said, we want to fund the 3 to 5 years. So that when you see 27, 28 is when we haven't brought forth any decisions. We have not, the commission hasn't had any plans for 27, 28.
Got it.
So we have an opportunity, just contextualize this within the strategic plan. And what's left over our fund balance was that 60 million, so that's why it goes up primarily because 27, 28 was not part of our budget planning session over the last couple of years.
So helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, some of the things that you see as placeholders are things that we've always done that we think we're gonna do again,
Yeah.
but it really, we haven't gone
budget.
through. Yeah, and so once we close the books at the end of the year and we add in 28, 29, it's gonna be even higher, right? Because we won't have any placeholders.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. And then I think relative to the same one, on some of the more detailed documents, you use different color notations. Black at the top, you say is committed. Blue is assigned to future investment. Green is current commission requests. What does that mean?
So the things that are in black, the investments in black, we've already committed. We got your approval to move forward and it's already committed money.
And it's in the budget.
It's in the budget.
And have we contracted for it yet?
Usually, yes.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
And what about blue?
The blue is just kind of our placeholders that I was kind of talking about. It's stuff that we think we're gonna do, but we haven't brought it to you guys for approval yet.
Okay,
So we haven't brought it to the commission. It's not.
For example, there's the thumbs up of a newcomer support. And so we've had an extension on the refugee support services program. I'm probably calling it incorrectly, Dr. Brinkley. That there was a request from the counties to extend because there were monies in that needed to be expended. So we weren't able to do our evaluation of that until June of this year is when we extended it to, in collaboration again with the counties. So we need to evaluate and come back to you all about what that could look like after kind of being data informed and within that RBA framework.
okay. And what about green?
The green is what we bring. We don't have any green right now, but it's what we actually bring you to the commission like that commission meeting, it'll be green.
Got it.
Because
Okay.
it's active.
And I think it came out of work we did, I guess, a couple years ago, that we wanted to know, like, if we approved the green, if you, like, what that would do to the bottom line, and so being able to have it all reflected here, even if it hasn't yet been approved, just so that we were looking at everything that could possibly impact the bottom line.
Super helpful, thanks for that.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think going to Commissioner Hazen's point is, I think 2 years ago, we kind of talked about the placeholders too,
Yeah,
like putting them
yeah.
into the budget so that it could be visible, because we didn't used to do that. Yeah, and then it was like, how do you decipher and.
Yeah, so things would come to us and it's like, we want $5 million to do this, but it wasn't, we didn't actually see what would that do next year, 2 years out, and so now we can actually see that.
So if I recall, weren't there some things that you had reservations about, Jackie or team, that would go in the green? Like, that maybe we couldn't bring to the table yet? Or are those just not considered green?
I don't recall.
Okay, cause I remember the conversation just like you do, where we were like, they were like, yeah, we're holding up for other stuff, and we're like, let's not, and that's, I think, where the birth of the green came.
The green is when we come to you.
Okay,
So like, if we had a proposal for you today that we wanted to get funding for.
and only
And it would be
when
green.
it's coming to us.
Right.
Okay, that might answer my question of the things that are in the mixing pot in your heads,
Yes.
that you are actually having conversations about, just not with us.
Yeah.
That they're green when they're coming to us.
When they're coming.
So if I recall
It's an action
correctly, it's when we were designing this thumbs up and thumbs down process, we didn't have this level of clarity. We needed the commission, so that was like, hold on, wait a minute, like, we need to color code that because this, as Marcia, Thomas had said, is that the blues and greens weren't even in here for you to consider. So I think that's what, the reservation was like, wait. We need to actually go back and come back to the commission and right size this and estimate how much is this gonna cost? Right, so that you can see what's in plan.
Okay.
I think that's, and again, my old age, I have more, I
No,
look
no,
at the
that's
areas here,
right.
I had more white hair, my streak is finally growing like Bella Bill.
Yeah.
So, so thank you for that reminder, but I believe this was in the development of these tools in transparency, so the commission can understand all the moving parts. And the public can understand all the moving parts. But also wanted to keep TPG helping us with a firm structure about. It's just like, it's not just a wild idea here, it is a very kind of structured process that we do our homework. We do landscape analysis, and then we come back to you versus like, this seems like a good idea. Well, it's like really trying to create that structure that, and from my understanding, there was a lack of clarity about how things were being funded.
So if you look at the fund condition summary and you're just looking at the media, the first block, there's that whole child public relations campaign in blue. So that's what we're hoping to do, right? Like, that's our placeholder saying that that's what we plan to do, but it hasn't come to you, right? And so if we came to you the next commission meeting with that as an action item, then we would turn it green so that you knew that it was coming to you. None of them have been approved, right? We're bringing them to you.
And part of it is using the advisories, sharing the advisories, what we're doing before they come.
Right.
And just one more thing to note on the architecture, that's why we started off the conversation about equity statement, the strategic plan. That what we're trying to do is to align, particularly in the, if you look at the 27-28 year, fewer dollars, but the strategic plan will animate that. So it won't be just, we do the due diligence, obviously, but it will be your input aligned to the budget, so we'd be matching our values and principles before we're actually spending.
And what's exciting is, again, the strategic planning conversation about that will feed into our future plan for 27-28. The dollars and the values, are they?
We're at the end of 10 minutes of discussion, but I want to make sure I don't have that burning question before we move on. So the next section here, we will go through some updates on current investments and investments in development. I'm gonna hand it over to Martha to lead us through presentation here. Also, if you want to stop at certain key points of the presentation to ask for clarifying questions, I'll hand that off to you.
So I wanted to take you guys back to 2019 or 2018, maybe, or 2017. I don't know when you guys started the 2019 to 2024 strategic plan. A couple of things happened. Maybe some of us weren't even here and some of us have joined. And then we had a pandemic in the midst of your strategic plan. And there was a lot of different things that occurred, change in leadership, change of staff, new requests, new needs. California just looked different from 2019 to 2024. Also, too, we've learned along the way from your questions and from the advisory committee discussions and even some internal discussions that we've had as a team is that there was a missing of measures. There's not a development of a logic model to really understand where the strategic plan would take us. Along the way, there was different needs, right? Short-term, intermediate, and long-term. I say that because that's what happens with strategic plans, right? You think of something and then things change and it could change the way we do business and how we fund. So I think it's really important for us to just remember the intent, but also the direction and where we're at now. That was, I won't go into detail. I will assume and trust that you looked at the strategic plan and you looked at the beautiful house that the team structured and developed back then. Another common visualization that I know Dr. Williams really loves and Jackie is Candy Lane. And I think you guys all have seen this over and over in different commission meetings, but I want to kind of take a pause here and really make sure that we're all understanding where things are at in terms of timeframes, executions, operations, etc. Because when we share this Candy Lane, I think oftentimes it's more of a visual, it's a point of discussion like, hey, this is where we're at, just so you know. But I want you to understand from development to project, development of concept to develop a project to managing the project, that could be a year or two. And that's just because of the constraints of the infrastructure that we are a part of. The First Five California, although we are in a very unique creative infrastructure as a state agency, we also have to abide on some state agency processes, and that is part of our accounting and contract and procurement aspects. So I just want to level set that a little bit, and I also want to thank Alex DiCaprio and my team, Kristen Torres, for developing this beautiful chart that's in front of you. And I want to walk through this and reflect on this Candy Lane because it's really more of a toggle between the Candy Lane and this chart. So we look at the this chart overall just gives you the current investments and then future investments. And some of these investments are not even things that we've come before you to ask for them, but I want to make sure that collectively, because it's a budget study session, that we understand where we're at. And I can specifically answer some of the questions operationally on the internal aspect of how we're executing those efforts. At the top of the page, and I won't go into specific details of all of them because I think, and I will trust that all of you will know these projects, but I want to answer any questions that you may have. For example, the California Health Interview Survey, CHIS, acronym, and that is run out of UCLA. I think this is an investment First Five California has done for the last couple of years. It's still an investment that we have, and it will be an investment that we will continue to propose. Obviously, on the new proposal, you will see on this chart too, that we are proposing that be reduced. But the reality is that we do need data, and particularly moving forward, we do want to collect more mental health for behavioral health data and childcare data. And the reason why we want to focus, and hence the conversations that we've had the last couple of hours, is really we want to understand our why, right? If we're going to focus on ACEs, we need to really understand what California looks like. CHIS is at a very sophisticated survey that collects sample data across California, and they do it well. They already have that infrastructure, we work with a lot of different state agencies and a lot of different partners. And that is an investment that is, well worth, and we'll continue to, present that forward. That right now is really on a management project aspect, because that's where we're at. We're just managing the contract. But if you look at, early childhood behavioral health, which I'll give a little bit more update on that, that is on the phase of development project. And that is still in the RFA phase, because that, an RFA typically does take about 36 months to develop from beginning to execution to get it out. That's really where we're at. The investment we've asked for, we think that we can probably save a couple of bucks there, but we intend to execute that.
And I add a little bit of, Dr. Wilkins, sauce to that. And part of this is also at the direction of the commission to leverage other big partners who are actually in this space. Again, there's $4.6 billion in the Children's Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. And really trying to figure out what our space is in that, since the department has such a large investment.
Can I just ask you one question? It's about reading the documents, really. So if I went back to the CHIS documents, that first line, it says the funding amount is 1.7 million. That is that for 23-24, that adding those two numbers up?
So that investment, and Marcia, maybe you can help me here on that budget chart, because they want to get, but if I'm understanding you correctly, you want to make sure you are reading all these documents.
Yeah, I just want to know how they.
Yeah, so that investment has already been allocated.
So it's in black.
That's already, in my understanding, in black, and Marcia, please speak up if I'm saying it wrong. And that investment technically doesn't end until 25. We will have to come before you, before that time frame, to make the additional or new request. From the time we come to you to the time we get a contract, for the most part, it does take about 12 months. And the reason why, because we have to come, we meet 4 times a year, quarterly, so let's be realistic. We come at a first meeting, we present the information. On the second meeting or second time we see you, it's the full action. So we take two different quarters. Once we get your approval, we go back in-house internally, and then we do the negotiations with the contractor. In this case, it's UCLA. We make sure all our numbers, scope of work, deliverables are all good. We meet with their legal team, they meet with our legal team, our contract process, we review all documents. The state of California has to do what it does best, it's paperwork. We're really good at that. And then we go through the process, and then we execute that contract. By then, we're probably at 18 to close to 20 months. And then that's when the execution of actual deliverables. But keep in mind, that's just the start of the deliverables. Then we have to wait on the cycle of when we get the data. So the cycle of the data is within 2 years, right?
Yeah, so just to be clear, the fund condition, where does it represent itself in the fund condition summary? As you can see, it's the Office of Research and Evaluation. 1.7 is split across 23-24. If you go you see the CHIS, and 24-25, right? So that's the math that adds up. That's why it's in.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Super helpful.
And then like the blue after it is just doing what we think we're gonna spend. It's a placeholder. We plan to continue it,
So helpful.
but it hasn't been approved.
Yeah, and for us, you'll notice that we don't, when we come to you, we might have an open-ended, and we take into consideration all the factors that Dr. Dominguez Brinkley is putting into place. So we say it might be 2 years, but we don't give a beginning and an end date on your action because of bureaucracy. And so you may see the fund shift because of the delays in paperwork.
And by the way, I like the yellow.
Yeah.
Super helpful.
Yeah, and I was just corrected. I don't have a copyright, so this is Candy Lane, not Candy Lane. So I wanna make sure that I correct myself. But I just wanted to, I think it's important for us to show you these documents and how we're reading it and how we communicate with you all. So you understand our thinking, because sometimes you're thinking that, God, that yellow row or rectangle has not moved. It hasn't moved because we have to do our internal processes and it takes time. And in reality, we've had a lot of lengthy discussions to how to give you better timings, but sometimes, maybe a 24-month process period, we sometimes can cut it down by 2-3 months. And that's a success for us too. And that's all part of result-based accountability. That's also part of our staffing. We have to also be realistic. The staffing numbers are shifting and internally, so we have to work with what we have. And then we have to extend with our support with our state agencies, which is Department of General Services. DGS, they're really the hand holders of all contracts and procurements for the state of California. So there's a bigger us when we say us, it's not just First Five, it's us and DGS and other folks that go through that process. Another sort of call out that I just want to do is our home visiting county coordination. That regional model has been such a great success. That regional structure has worked well, and that has another year period. We are excited because we also did a contract with Children Now, and they've been collecting some data. So in August, I will come back in August and share how that coordination and some improvements on that regional structure and coordination has happened. So we'll present that, but the coordination efforts and investment is there. So you can see that as also part of the management management of the project. Simultaneously, that is also being somewhat evaluated from a quality assurance and improvement aspect. So there's some data there.
To add a little bit more of why that is actually, you want to look that up because in the main revise, you all already read that there's significant in home visiting. However, Children Now is lifting up a survey to actually bring those stories based off of that to actually bring forth to the legislature for consideration. So for example, this may be project-based, but again, when we work with TA providers and folks like Children Now, we want to make it actionable and impactful at that systems level, right? So recently, that is just one example of how we also use some of the data in real time to impact decisions that are being made.
Yeah, and just to underscore what you just said, Jackie, I mean, that is a perfect example how you went from program to systems, right? Within the period of this funding, this effort. You went from funding the program, now you systematically looking at what areas can you improve from a policy perspective based on the data that you have and doing the assessment what California's investments are as a whole and considering May revise. So that's also the beauty and the agility of First Five that we are wanting to lift up and we can do moving forward in a more intentional effort. The other things that I just wanted to lift up that you guys all know, and you've made some approvals, I believe in the October 23 meeting when we were in Fresno, was a kit for new parents. That investment, as I was sharing earlier, is part of our statute. We are looking to see how that would look like in terms of the operations and the execution. And also thinking about where we can be more intentional, where the duplication will be an enhancement and where duplication is not necessary. So those are things that we are looking at. So the current contract for the new parent kit ends at the end of this fiscal year, which is next month. And then the evaluation part has another 2 years. So we are also exploring what that would look like in terms of operations. So this is another example that we've applied the result-based accountability to looking at what our investments are and how we can do it better. And also realizing how we can meet the community, right? Everybody relies on social media, apps. That's an area that we are exploring to do it more electronically. Right now we have the hard copy. The hospitals do a great job in disseminating the kits. And we are also partnering with different partners across California to enhance and improve the content, such as the earned income tax credit or other resources that can benefit them, such as oral health. Those are things that we're trying to improve and lift up so people know, because sometimes the parent kit can be overwhelming. So we'll have some, we do have some good data on that and some interim findings where we know that we can make some improvements to give parents that proper dosage of information, right? Because everybody just gets a lot of information at the same time. So I just wanted to lift that up. In the Candy land, that right there is on 2 places, is on management of the project and it's on the evaluation of the project, because we're doing that simultaneously. The other things that we've already lifted up is the media communications efforts. You guys already have given us approval. I believe that was in October too, if my memory is going off right. And then that's also part of the process of developing an RFP. That process is pretty labor intensive. There's a lot of back and forth, and that also takes time from the development and getting it out the door, and then doing the full evaluation of what the potential candidates are. Because people bid for them and we have to honor that process. There's a evaluation committee that reviews all the potential agencies that are of interest. And also to taking any data that we've had from the current cycle to make those improvements moving forward. And that's also another piece that we're doing, that quality assurance improvement, where, as you were indicating earlier, can we leverage Stronger Start to do focus groups and do get parent voices? Can we hear from the community? So those are things that we're happy to do because we already have that infrastructure in place. So that's on that. The other investment that we've talked a little bit is the refugee family support. That was a $3 million investment, which I'll get into in a little bit, but that's also concluding next month. We have Pearls. I want to talk about that in a second. And then we also have our traditional investments such as small county augmentation grants that we have. We also have the Smokers Helpline, which we talked about. We're also super excited to get the contract for the population data from that approval that you guys gave. I've also added some indicators to making sure that we can track and develop our own index for First Five, specifically around behavioral health, and I'll get into that in a little bit more. But I just want to just kind of wanted to level set on that, on what you guys have committed, and I recognize that some of us are walking into some previous commitments, but we're trying to make those decisions as best as we can as we move forward and make the best use of our public funds, because at the end of the day, we are public stewards of public funds. Questions on that before I dive in?
We have about 45 minutes left for this section.
Okay, great. So, go ahead.
Talk faster.
Faster? Okay, I'm kidding. So,
We have a good time.
Katie and Shayna, I love the challenge that you guys gave us on our executive meeting, because you asked for some type of outcomes. Like, what are we really doing? What is First Five really doing with the strategic plan? So we had to roll up our sleeves and went back and we looked at the strategic plan. Technically, there's 4 domains that collectively First Five and the commission has committed. And those are children and families, community partners, policy and systems, workplace development, and culture approach. From that, looking at the strategy, looking at the activities, I looked at what we had available on data, and I developed this logic model along with Dr. Amanda Lawrence and my team, which is the program innovation team. We developed short-term outcomes, intermediate outcomes, and long-term outcomes. I think that long-term outcomes is where we need to understand how we're improving, and we are enhancing a Stronger Start for 0 to 5. And in some occasions, because of the data capability, it's 0 to 6. I will say that, which is a bonus. But I think these are things that from a health and well-being perspective, and when you look at the health and index data, and you look at BRFIS from a national perspective, you know that First Five has increased developmental and health screening among children. You've increased vaccination rates. You've increased well child visits in the first 30 months. You've improved in-language services and resources. You've improved family engagement and involvement. You've increased access to basic needs and family services support. And that could be from nutrition to CalWorks. It could be all those different basic elements, even referrals to housing. You've also increased the access of high quality early learning programs. You've improved the quality of the workforce for the early learning programs. You've increased the regional and community partnerships. You've improved tobacco control, reduction in smoking, and obviously continue to establish a stronger First Five workforce development. So if we look at it from a big picture, those are the long-term investments as a result of this strategic plan. I think moving forward, we want to even be more sophisticated. We want to be challenged in a more data-driven way. And we are looking at different data sources that can streamline, and we can have our own data to tell that story. I know this is a lot and you guys have this, but I actually think this is a good exercise for all of us because that wasn't done when you guys developed the strategic plan.
So I want everyone to know I leaned over to Director Wong and said, this is amazing. Good job. Thank you, whatever the many words were. So thank you. This is great. Really appreciate the work that you and the team have led to get us to this place. If I were to pull something like increased vaccination rates, is there actually like a data point for that? Like it's
yes.
increased by 5% or whatever it is?
Yeah, we have data for all these long-term outcomes. I'm happy to give you I can give you the data. So I didn't just put words on this paper, but we did increase vaccination rates. And I will tell you, we did have a dip with the pandemic and now it's picking right back up. Especially even the child well visits, we did have a dip. We're seeing that increase now. We have to understand realistically, families are getting back to the routine and doing even oral health. That's another data point that I would love for us to improve on and track even better. Oral health is a good indicator for first five. But these are all quantitative and quantitative data that we have available. And a lot of the data too, I want to thank the local partners because they submit their data through the annual report. And that is really also an amazing way for us to tell the story from a qualitative perspective.
So let me ask then, I mean, are we taking that data and then building a dashboard? It's almost like we could go back and look at what our rates were for all these different things in 2019. And then track them over time and see the progression. So when the locals submit that data, do we develop a dashboard? And going back to Chair's comment, right? Typically when you develop these, you know where you are now and like what's a achievable goal, 5%, 10%, whatever it is that you're achieving. So I hope that when we do the next cycle of our strategic planning, that we be more deliberate and kind of coming up with, smart objectives, if I could call them that. But it would be good to see over this time period, where were we in 2019 and where are we now? Because a lot of the things that we want to create positive change in are things that are going to carry forward, right? Like oral health is very important. I think we need to be more intentional with that. I would even say like eye care, optometry care for children would be another area that we should figure out, okay, what role does First Five kind of play in that space?
Well, welcome, Commissioner Jimenez. Hi. And really, it's just the team. So we're just we have been doing on the dashboard concept for quite some time. And just building on the vaccination, just a little bit is that I know Jamie Ann isn't here, but we also use some of our media to actually push out the kind of social actually on increasing vaccination rates in partnership with the California Department of Public Health. So we've been part of those conversations as a point of how we leverage our partnerships with state agencies who are also doing this. So that's just one concrete example of our time and talent, even if it's not our treasure, that we don't have a specific program, that we're actually using other things that we can leverage to actually be part of this.
So I love being able to see these outcomes, to really appreciate the work. That's the thing I'm struggling with, because I heard you say some of this came from annual reports, right? From what the counties are doing. And so look, in the context of this conversation, the thing I struggle with is we are not, well, we aren't deciding on how they spend every dollar, but we're taking credit for the outcomes they achieve. And so I guess the question for me is how much of this is based on intentional strategic investments we've made and specific initiatives that have yielded these results, or are the 80%, like them doing what they do. So I think we have to get clear, because if the majority of this is counties doing really impactful work, like part of that is to me is like, maybe they need more, or maybe we need to align ourselves better with whatever it is that is yielding these outcomes. Because yeah, it's not clear to me if we can take credit for it, if you will.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think the annual report is one data source, but California has the CHIS data. We also have our own BRFIS. So when we were looking at your strategic plan, and part of it is there was no logic developed when you guys did the strategic plan. So I'm taking your domains and I'm looking at what data landscape I have available.
Yeah, and it's less
No,
about the
I'm
now and more just forward look.
But I think it's a good question
Yeah.
though, because that's part of like, I see it as a two-part question. It's a question of what you've done in the past and what we want to do in the future, right? Because we're in the midst of having the strategic plan conversation. That way we can prepare ourselves and build those systems or structures so we can tell our story better. And to your point, to tell that 80% story or the 20% story,
Well, I
or
think it's-
collectively the 100% story.
Yeah, well, I think it's a little different, right? So as I look at some of these long-term outcomes, like an increase in well child visits in the first 30 months. If that's something that's really important to us, I think we need to get underneath, how did that happen?
Home visiting.
What dollars
Which is our investment.
right, what dollars drove that? And how do we do more of it? So not about telling the story, but really understanding of all the things on here. Which of these outcomes are the most important? Which of these outcomes, maybe it's all of them, do we want to prioritize? And how did we get here and how do we do more of that with the dollars we have available? So yeah, it isn't, so much looking back, but as we look forward, understanding what yielded these results.
You know what I like what you said though? It's like we have a laundry list. So what you're telling me too is what do we focus on, right? And that's been the kind of the common theme I've been hearing the last couple of hours, right? What do we focus on? And I think that was also my indirect intention. I'm giving you a laundry of things that we could do. So now what do we want to do moving forward? But I think those are all valid points for all of us to take into consideration and how we can make those improvements.
And over here, Commissioner Jimenez
Oh, sorry.
had directly, the home visiting is our investment in coordination of home visiting, right? Like before direct and now coordination. That's, and I think, Dr. Dominguez Brinkley, there are investments, strategic investments that we can absolutely link to. We also have a 25-year look back that can actually do that more explicitly. And how do we use this data to move forward to tell that impact story, which we haven't done well, right? A lot of the early learning, we all know this impact. We've had 25 years of an investment to get to where we are with universal TK, right? With impact, and a lot of that is, collaboration. We provide funding to counties, but counties also partner deeply with county offices of education, for example, right? There are stories about how that shifted the narrative around early learning systems, for example. So, but we hear you of like, how do we? This is what we're claiming, and from the collective impact model, it's a village, y'all. It's not just us alone.
For sure.
So, but how did we change the waters? Yeah, so that people understood what Dr. Williams had highlighted of like the narrative, right? Making top of mind, saying the importance of this, and it's all of it, quite frankly, to create make the ground absolutely fertile for the investments that created these long-term outcomes.
And I guess the one thing I didn't say, so as I think about long-term outcomes, I think also moving forward, it would be helpful to know, right, if the goal is to narrow the list, which of these things, or maybe things that aren't on here, are most predictive of long-term health and wellness, right, into adulthood, right? Like we want happy, healthy, successful kids so that they are happy, healthy, economically self-sufficient adults, right? And so understanding of, if we have to pick 5 of them, which of these are most predictive of that long-term outcome?
Yeah, it's so interesting that you said, let's pick 5, because I was trying to count the top, the top 5, but the top 6 are service outcomes. They're about impact to individual children and families. But the bottom five, if I'm counting right, which starts with increased access to high quality ELC programs, begins to get into the systems question. It's, as you think to the future, what other systems type efforts would you want to really ensure you had long-term outcomes on? And I also have an interesting question around, or I have an interest in knowing the question how successful are we in improving tobacco cessation? Not because it's counter to our funding model, but because we may be very good at it. And so in partnership with DPA, the Public Health Department. And so what are we doing there that maybe we could think about leveraging that skill set to early learning or early trauma or, all of it?
For me, this is a helpful conversation that dovetails with the strategic plan. We're gonna have to start saying no to something and yes to some certain things if we're moving towards systems change. Right, like this is what we've been doing programmatic, but funding programs versus systems, and so that dovetails very beautifully with our kind of deep conversation about who we are as First Five. Because we claim that win, and at the same time, we probably need to start to transition off because we don't have the money to continue to sustain.
Okay. So I also wanted to give you guys a more detailed update on where we're at with Program for Equitable Access Resources for Literacy Support, otherwise known as PEARLS. So we actually finessed and fine-tuned our strategy and our focus. And really, we want to leverage on the things that we know our partners or our collective we are good at. And that is part of our leveraging the learning, engagement, and mobilization. And we want to be creative and really engaging families and communities across California with unconventional strategies. And you're probably gonna say, what does that really mean? We want to be creative. We know that a lot of our partners are really creative and talking and engaging with the communities. They are a trusted source at the local level and regionally. And we want to leverage that to really improve that family engagement, that intimacy, really build on that sort of community mobilization while also doing that literacy. I think you guys all, I'm speaking to the choir, you guys all know the impacts of literacy and what that could do to not just the family, but also collectively to a larger community. So specifically, we are in the midst of looking at that, how we can get those funds out the door and really meet families where they're at. So I just wanted to give an update because I know that has been brought up the last maybe 2 or 3 commission meetings. So that's on that, and I'll give you another update and I'll take a break, not break, but a pause. On behavioral health too, we fine-tuned this strategy as well. We essentially will have 2 focuses as community health and education and research. On the research part, we're kicking this strategy with the research, really developing index on hope and resilience, mainly because that aligns with the North Star and Audacious goal, and really would allow us to build and gain some data and information on how we can meet families with educational needs, but also potentially on policy advocacy efforts. Back to the education part of it, we're really exploring on doing more of a clearinghouse to really streamline all the different resources that First Five has. We have quite a few resources. We have quite a few training and informed educational efforts, but we also want to just streamline it and have it in one place and then develop and enhance those efforts. So that's where we're at on behavioral health.
May I ask a question on that one?
Yeah.
So I think this was written before, Prop 1 passed, right? And so now with Prop 1, there really are no prevention dollars coming to local mental health. So
I think at some point we probably need to revisit what it is that we're gonna be doing here, right? Like 4% of the bucket is gonna go to wage. Wages right now, or the Department of Public Health is trying to figure out how they're going to distribute those dollars for what priorities. So it's really no longer working unless you're talking about like intervention, treatment, case management. You know, local behavioral health commissions really don't have access to those dollars directly anymore.
So are you, can I hook on that a little bit? Are you thinking that we should think about an enhanced aspect to the behavioral health, given the declining of Prop 1? I just wanna, can you probe on
Yeah,
that
I
a
would
little
say,
bit?
I mean, now, you know, prevention dollars are really minimized when you think about, you know, the millionaire's tax and how much of that is gonna go into prevention services, upstream approaches.
For
And
babies.
also, yes, for babies, and also too, the state, right, the CYBHI initiative and the governor's May revise is also going to experience a decline. So we'll have to see what happens come June 15th. We'll have to see as the state devises its plan for how it's going to distribute the 4%. But I think there's an opportunity there to have more intentional conversations with those stakeholders to identify where is the opportunity for alignment, shared investments, and making sure that we do move efforts more upstream so that, you know, fewer people are entering the pipeline that need that specialty mental health services.
And we've been engaged in conversation with Dr. Soka. Well, no, it's not
Sahil?
necessarily Sahil, yeah.
Uh-huh.
About, that's not necessarily the 4%, but I think that's a good kind of flag for us to say, what is the plan with CPH and how do, and actually, what you raised is, it's probably a good thing that we didn't actually launch behavioral health, because we still were able to push that timeline of execution out. Not that we planned it that way, just bureaucracy, right? Bureaucracy, so it's a different, as somebody had said earlier, may revise context in which to launch this behavioral health effort, that is data driven and deeper partnerships with CYBHI.
And the CYBHI is a bigger pot than that.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know if you're open, but it might be good to have like a, I don't know if we can have like a one-on-one conversation just to operationalize that, because when you say case management or treatment, that is a different type of workforce and infrastructure. So I just want to make sure that we're not, I just want to maybe noodle on that a little bit more, because that's a little bit different.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's like not in the lane that we should be in, which is more upstream, you know, true primary prevention efforts.
And first, I also hear the power of partnership and leveraging with CYBHI.
Yeah.
In this moment right now,
Yeah.
when it's passed.
When there's dwindling resources.
It's not our money per se, but actually the power of advocacy.
Correct.
In those moments.
Great. The other one we wanted to bring to the table is the newcomer investment. I think I've already alluded that the refugee grant had a no-cost extension for another year that ends next month. But there was some changes along the way. It is my understanding that it first went out as an emergency service because of the need, and then the team had to recalibrate because it was not effective or it was not sustainable. So there was some quality assurance and improvement part of it. And part of it is by statutory, we just are not able to provide any emergency funding or any type of backfill. So if we wanted to move forward on this type of investment, and given the strategic conversation, we could come forward later at the next commission meeting and package it differently, but perhaps looking at a segmentation of what the newcomer would look like. It could be asylum seekers, specifically 0 to 5. We could look at any lessons learned as we finalize the data from the systems innovation, or specifically look at policy. But I wanted to bring it forward because I think it's been tossed around as a topic. So we just wanted to get a pulse check if this is an area of interest, but also giving you some early learnings of the non-emergency aspect that we had to do. So it's more of a check-in.
Just a point of clarification. As we're going through current projects. And only because I was going along as we were just getting an update on them, but as we started talking about, well, do we want to do it, I'm just questioning, like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Because then I want to go back.
Same.
Like,
exactly.
what are we, because I thought it was just an overview, and now it seems like we're maybe being asked a question as to our preference and.
Well, this one I'm specific, well, yeah.
Because we talked about the last one, but I'm wondering, like, even like litters, like, are you looking for feedback on each of these things?
I was giving you, on the pearls and all these three specifically, I was trying to give you more of a specific update, because the pearls, it's already been improved, the behavior health has improved, but I'm also wanted to learn because we are aware of Prop 1. So there might be some wiggle room, we just trying to get an understanding, and then.
So on process, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair Albright flag.
Well, I love where you're going, and I'm not sure we can have this. I'm not sure you can do a pulse check based on how the agenda was,
Okay.
how this was agendized, but what do you, like,
Again, it's just an update primarily, and I don't think to your point, we can go back, and it's not a voting thing, it's just
Right.
like, it's just more of like. Just feedback, kind of like, oh, but what is the context now, what are considerations
Yeah,
we need
and
to
that's
have?
what I thought it was, so I
Yeah.
apologize
Yeah.
for bringing it up,
Yeah.
other than I felt like we were now getting to kind of a question. And I was quiet with some of the other things, so I'm like, oh, shoot, well, let me go back. So again, that was just a point of clarification, not that I didn't sort of learn from all of these, but that I just wanted to understand what.
do you want to go back?
I don't, because I think if we went back, we're gonna be here
Okay.
till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Mhm.
But to Commissioner Hayes, I just wanted to know what would you want from us, and it was just a listening.
Yeah.
And clarification of the projects, which I do appreciate.
But also context setting for Commissioner Jimenez, like this is the opportunity, Prop 1, things that we should consider that are also, this actually hasn't been approved, it should be coming, but other things that we should contextualize as we think about coming back to you.
I guess if this is just sort of information sharing-ish, I'm wondering if I can add just a little bit around the newcomer investment, I think particularly for newer commissioners. Right, this came to us, as you said, right, it was an emergency request, I think specific to Afghan refugees who were arriving in California and needed support. And First Five California, you're nimble, you're flexible, help us out here. And we said, yes, sure,
Not easily, though.
not easily.
We did not say it easily, because we were like, wait.
This
what?
feels like, yeah, because this sort of came out of left field. We've never talked about Afghan refugees before, but one day it showed up and here we are and we love children and, all to say. We haven't talked about a newcomer strategy, I don't think. So I just think for this one in particular, right, because it's very population specific. In a way, I don't know that any of our other future investments are, and I think we owe it to ourselves. And again, not specific to newcomers, but just in general, if we want to really focus in on a specific population, to do the work, to really understand what are the needs of a variety of different populations. You know, if equity is the number one thing, through that equity lens, you know, where can we have, you know, what are the highest impact investments we can make? So again, not specific to asylum seekers or refugees, but really any population specific work, I think we need to have a little more background and research to inform priorities.
That's helpful, and the newcomer investment was one of those thumbs up, do more research and come back to us. That's why we haven't come back with a full proposal. At the time when we went through this process, there was a,
Yeah,
okay, go ahead, do more research.
yeah, I guess the thing for me is, are there other populations we should be considering as well at the same time, right? I think that I would be really interested to hear newcomers, homeless children. I don't know if they're like, rural, I'm making up specific racial or ethnic, like, I just think we need it.
And I'd probably even pull you out even more because we just got through talking about 4 hours ago, what's our identity?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
again, that's the only reason I was asking for clarification, because we're talking about this 4-year strategic plan. And engaging our partners in the conversation and then a new program.
Yes. That's it.
And for the newcomers, if you recall, there was, the counties came and asked us to extend this as well, so in engagement, but I think that is absolutely right on like strategic plan. Does this align? Does it not align? Things that we need to consider. And we're not married either way. This was a move forward and we're just pulse checking of like, are we moving forward? Or things that we need to consider, like expansion, not expansion.
I just, and then maybe looking at, partnerships too, and other government agencies that could also meet this need or work with us instead of us taking the whole responsibility.
And my question was in these budget worksheets, the fund condition works, it looks like it's a $10 million, it's in blue. And it looks like it's a $10 million investment projection. As with.
So to say all that, I think we've all been talking about collective impact. I think what the intention of this slide was really just to summarize on how we're looking at collective impact or the recommendations of the 5 elements. I know there might be different people talk about impact in a different way, but from a strategic perspective, this is how we're looking at everything that we do. Making sure there's a backbone organization, there's a clear common agenda, shared measure systems. I think Vivian brought up the point about making sure things are measurable. So this is along those lines and mutually enforcing activities and then just having that continuous communication. I wanted to raise this other slide too, because I appreciate Commissioner Majors bringing up or challenging us to look at everything from an impact, return on investment, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think that's part of the process, right? That's part of our quality assurance improvement. We're not quite there yet, and that's just part of the journey. But that is part of something that we want to do where and everything or anything that we move forward, that we have clear objectives and key results, which is similar to SMART goals. It's just another way of saying it. And we making sure that we calibrate and align all of our investments to the North Star and audacious goal, depending on what our strategic plan is. And making sure that we are, the return on investment, we look at benefits cost ratio, making sure it's credible, that we look at all those things. And I don't have to do the whole laundry list, but I think it's just another way for us to recalibrate as we infuse the result-based accountability aspect. And then making sure that when we talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, that we're looking at that from a very wide perspective and a diverse lens as well. And with that, I think I allowed for questions, but I wanted to also take additional comments and I appreciate all the feedback and suggestions. I'm always open to any additional comments.
We're about 15 minutes also, so I think the comments and questions apply to anything that's in the slides or anything that wasn't covered that you might have questions on particular tables.
So with that, Commissioner Majors, we do have time. Do you want to go back and talk about some of the other investments?
Not necessarily, because I think we'll open up Pandora's box.
Yeah. That's fine. I just wanted to,
Yeah.
I didn't want you to be cutting yourself.
As
short because of
Commissioner
time.
Jimenez is like, there we go.
Oh my God, wasn't that obvious?
No poker face for you.
Right.
Wow, well, if there's no question.
So I don't know if it's appropriate for, sorry, y'all. I don't know if it's
All in it together.
a now question or not a now question, but this is going back to Chair Albright's question at the very, very beginning, when you asked about this net year end balance. And we talked about why sort of historically it's been so large. or the net after reserve, I guess is what we call that line. Why it's been so large, but I don't know that this commission, has discussed what we want it to be and sort of our philosophy about that. So I don't know if that's coming later, if that's a now conversation, but I think it's really important, particularly in the year we are sitting in and the time we are sitting in, right? So we're looking at having $124 million net after reserve and 90, but like significant dollars that could do a lot of good. Because historically we've said, like, we always want to have a little extra on hand, even though we're also reserving 15%. So I just don't want to lose that, because I think it's something we should get consensus on.
So the 15% reserve is statutory?
No.
Or is that just best practice?
And because we discussed it at one point, we said, yeah, let's keep doing that. So there was consensus a few years ago, like, let's stick with the 15%, that feels good.
Just because the volatility,
Yeah.
at least 15%.
Yeah.
Right.
To say, if not more. quite
I was gonna
frankly,
say,
if not
and
more.
even now, considering the declining revenues, if there are some initiatives that we are investing in, right? Our staff are in investment. Money we distribute out through RFPs to our locals is also an investment. At some point, I do think that it would be good to kind of revisit that policy or practice, and is 15% enough for us to keep a reserve. In case all of a sudden public health does a phenomenal job and everybody stops smoking, right? Which is never gonna happen, but I mean, something to think about.
And I think the other thing, like, right, so we've been talking a lot about, smoking cessation and decrease in tobacco tax because people are smoking less. The other thing is, we've seen some, I don't know if it's significant, but shifts in population as well, right? People leaving California, and so like
Right.
that's another variable. But also say, yeah, is the 15% the right amount? How much do we need on top of that? All of those questions would be great to answer heading into the new strategic plan.
And we have a declining 0 to 5 population because people are making
Right.
less babies. And I
Right.
think Dr. Dominguez Brinkley has highlighted that in her presentations about who our population, the number of kids has actually declined, over the last 25 years as well. Because there are less babies that can't afford it, or they're moving out, or a combination of them.
Yeah.
Or a combination of them.
The
Birth
question
control's
is-
working. Just
She's on one today.
All that.
That's hoping for my public health, like, sorry, no, that's.
Can't get it out of me.
That's totally appropriate as our public health person.
We only speak the truth.
So I think that's a super interesting question, I would love to have, we actually do have a little bit of time. But instead of getting into a question about it ought to be 15% or 10% or, $100,000, what are the values that we want to share? And I just have one, before we get into, so think about what your values are, and maybe we can each share where they are, but Marcia, what do you feel comfortable with? What would you recommend? Just if one of the values was, let me phrase it this, should one of the values be fiscal conservancy?
I say yes, but Jackie knows I'm always conservative, so.
Yeah.
I always lean that way.
She's extremely conservative.
Someone's got it.
Yeah, that's why I asked you, because we can all think big and transformational and that.
Right, but as far as like what the right percentage would be, I don't even know. I do think it's relatively low, but.
Yeah, we've had those conversations, and
Right.
if I can be transparent, if you're comfortable, she actually thinks we should go higher.
A higher
And
percentage.
can I just ask
Yeah,
what that
absolutely.
means? Cause I don't have an opinion based on how I'm understanding it. So is that being conservative, trying to stretch out these dollars as much as we can?
I
Is
think that's the
it-
cap I typically try to wear, yeah.
Because we've also gotten feedback about holding on to money.
Right.
And I do feel like the balances that we had before were relatively high, right? We're there to basically collect the tax and spend the money. Right, but when you start getting low, like when I see the balance of 15 million in 27, 28. To me, I'm like, that's 1 year of revenue, like we really need to scale it down and live within our means, right? And so that's kind of like me looking forward, trying to like figure out what that conservative balance looks like.
But that seems less about the percent and more about
Right.
our expenses, right? Like, how much are we spending?
I mean, typically on other groups that I sit on, we try to hold like a 3-month reserve. Again, it's just to kind of
If your revenues are down that year, you have a reserve that you've built into it so that you can pay the bills for that year. I mean, we even moved up to 6 months reserve, just because of fluctuating revenues.
I think that's a methodology that we think of with a business that's continuing to generate revenue. This is not that, unless we decided this. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we use for our own personal homes, right? Which is, you know, how much money are we gonna keep in reserve? How much money are we gonna keep in reserve? How much, thank you so much, Cam. You know, we think about that. You guys, he's not really bringing me my jacket.
Thank you, Pam.
He's good to me, but. But, you know, so I totally agree with you. I just keep kind of bringing us back to this question of how are we all looking at this? And when you say values, what do we feel like are fiscal values? What are programmatic values, right? And to me, that's sort of a fiscal value that requires us to be on a level playing ground and agreement about something. Right? Which is, are we just trying to hold on to these little dollars we're getting until like the last smoker? And we're gonna stretch those $5 out the last year?
And the Edie will be the only employee.
You'll be the only smoker. You're like, for the salary.
One's not right or wrong.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
It's just, I think, you know, again, when we're gonna use sort of this traditional thinking around how we create reserves, we can't use that on other ones.
That's right, that's right.
So,
Yeah, I mean, but I think that's super important, right? Like, for me, and I'm simplifying things, it's, do we wanna do the most we can with the dollars we have today?
yes, that's the question.
Knowing they may not be here tomorrow. Or do we wanna do less today? Just a little bit over time to conserve the dollars that we know are available today, right? One is not right or wrong, but they're just different perspectives rooted in different values.
Have we ever created position though, so that the objective is for that person of that team to go after other dollars to grow the pot?
It's a good question. Not since I've been here.
Not yet.
That is a question I asked,
So
like,
that's what it is
are
what
we
we
gonna
do,
go
right?
after other revenue streams? I'm all about the entrepreneurialism of it.
Right.
Like
But
going after
nobody's
foundation
ever
money or
Said that, yeah.
business.
Yeah, no, I mean, so, going back to what you said, yeah, I mean, we do need to look at other funding sources. Because, well, you know, when I was with Solano, Solano County First Five, we looked at other dollars, we chased other dollars in order to do what our community needed. Like opening up centers that you start rebuilding a community by pulling dollars from other sources, not solely relying. So I mean, it just feels like sometimes we're just focused on, we're losing this money, we have to keep it or chase it, but sometimes it's like, you have to find other people's money.
Yes.
You know, fund your projects with other things, and I think what we do need, going back to Commissioner Paz's thing, we need to teach our counties, our partners, how to get other people's money. Or other dollars, not just focus on our declining revenues. But how to get new grants, how to bring in those new partners, even on a local level, how to make those partnerships. You know, not just relying solely on us, because, you know, obviously we're going to die.
That is one thing we know.
But I just to tell you, historically, that has been a controversial conversation. I totally agree with you, but it's been a controversial conversation, not only with us, but with the counties when they're participating. And so I think, again, those are the decisions or the conversations I would love for us to be having.
Yeah.
Because I think, again, just having, I think I'm the second longest term commissioner, which seems, I mean, we're about to say, are we? Okay. we've had we have smart people all the time that come in on and off of the commission, and we bring up these ideas, you know, to just kind of figure out, because we all bring, if we've all run nonprofits or, you know, work for school districts, we all know this stuff, but they haven't applied to this. This has been a way, and we've all come in at some different season of it. And we have these great ideas and we're like, well, they'll figure it out after I leave, you know? So I really would love, as part of being on this commission, for us to be the group that actually makes a decision and a strategy.
Yes.
That can be transformational for this spot.
And what would your decision be? To raise money, to look for other funds, or to understand that we are declining and we will have a graceful sunset?
Okay, so I'm gonna say something and then I'll answer your
Yeah.
question. I could go either way, I just can't stand standing in limbo.
Yes.
So I could go either way, but I am all about, I mean, I run an organization. I got here and we were an $80 million organization, now we're a 400 million, you know, because the needs, to your point, my families are dying out here. I have the largest population of African Americans. I have the most densely impoverished population in the state of California. I can explain that over dinner, just in terms of our geography. And we needed money. And so I started getting after federal dollars and other dollars, because the forefathers of Crystal Stairs, and they're still alive, so I love them to death. But they, their mothers, right, four mothers. They had a way that they did things. They knew where they were getting their money. It didn't apply anymore. So I had to go after other revenue streams. So I'm also all about that. And that would be my choice.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. The question I have is, what did you say, born to die? We may be born to die, you know, running a nonprofit, you hope you go out of business, you hope you achieve your mission and goals, but the problem is our mission is to educate 0 to 5, and not just educate, but safe, stable, nurturing environments and relationships. And that's when we're not going to go, this mission won't go out of business. So if we don't do it, then who will, is where I come at it. And
Yeah.
I'd be happy to have that conversation about who will.
Yeah.
But somebody needs to.
Yeah, and I
It will
know that to
continue.
be true, like, you know, the good doing nonprofits, they're like, run ourselves out of business. I don't feel that way at all, because I got 600 employees that depend on me being here. I do want people out of poverty, but our programs just have to shift based on the needs. And if we're, you know, in 20 years, nobody is in poverty, there's still gonna be the lower income people. They may not be in poverty. There will always be work for us if we redefine that work.
And I just wanna echo my desire also to get clear, like, let's decide on one model or another, and
Which
I too-
requires too much clarity.
like, but I do have, you know, a little bit of a hustler, like, there are dollars out there, and so I
Absolutely.
do think in this next chapter, thinking about investing in revenue generating activities, is something that I would really get behind.
And I just want to point us to a document that I found from 1999 that is guiding
Last
principles.
century.
Yes, guiding principles for the county commission and the state commission. And on there it says, this is like a seed, it's an investment. Use this to match with federal dollars. Use this to match for other dollars. Title IV-E, Medi-Cal administrative activities. We could go on and on and on where there's potential opportunity for services that are being delivered, where you could match for them. And also it focuses on, think about one-time significant investments that are actually going to create a positive impact. Instead of, you know how they say that expression, a mile wide versus a mile deep? We should be going deep.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, sunsetting, the dying. I have a lot of fear.
Angela, we're not gonna forget that one.
But from
We'll
an
talk later after.
educator in a school district, right? I can totally see a new child that comes in that's had all these services versus a kid that shows up that's had 0 services. that without a doubt in 4 seconds, I can determine which way that path went. And so if this was to sunset, schools would be very impacted. Extremely.
If this what?
First thought, if we sunset.
But if we changed programs that didn't impact children directly, but impacted the organizations or impacted evaluation, we could still say they are being helped, but they would be impacted and they wouldn't be happy with that, our programmatic funding change.
We are just at our time, but I did want to also offer that this conversation about like revenue, like funds, like I think that it's very timely to like have an opinion on that and bring it into strategic planning. It's my sense is that organizational development is also part of like the strategic planning process. And so I think it's very timely to like to have an opinion about it.
Yeah, and maybe what we could do just to wrap up this conversation, and we'll talk about the fatherhood initiative, is just ask the team to help us think about this more and, you know, what are some of the inputs that we would need to have in order to make this kind of a decision of investing in the future of the organization.
Richard, you're in my head because I was gonna ask you clarifying. Can we, and this is a commission strategic plan, have an indicator around revenue generation?
Yeah.
And again, this is, again, direction, so I want to hear clearly that, and you saw a lot of staff going, yes, it's about time for us to begin to think about that.
And like going back to
So,
your comments, Commissioner Fabi, about how some of our locals probably are using these dollars to leverage to match. So you turn $1 into $2, or you turn $1 into $1.50. I think when I think of some of those opportunities, I don't know if we at the state commission necessarily have that opportunity because we're not a direct service provider per se. But our locals for sure.
how do we train? And so that's the other.
And how do we
thing, like,
support, you know, how do we create that infrastructure so that it's not too burdensome for the locals to be able to pursue our dollars?
How do we lift up all those?
You know, at the conference that we had just recently, there were workshops that amplified, you know, the success stories and created and shared strategies on how to fund projects beyond Prop 10 funding.
So we move us into a quick break. We have about 10-minute break, bio break. And then we have a presentation on the fatherhood initiative, and then we'll move into closing remarks, public comment.
Thank you so much. This has been such an exciting, engaging, thoughtful day. We are at our last part on our agenda, almost our last part before closing comments and public comment. And I'm very excited to turn this over to Dr. Williams to talk about the Fatherhood Initiative program that he is in charge of.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Commissioner Major, just a question for you. That's in St. James, right?
It is.
Yeah, so African-American artists, right back here, the colorful painting there, and then all of the accents, and then the pillows.
But I'll have to say, Cynthia St. James, her, all her artwork looks very similar. She was very urban colored. But this is my Cynthia St. James. Her commission was for Crystal Stairs.
Oh.
But it's called Crystal
It's an
Stairs,
original.
and it's ascending the metaphoric staircase of her. So we have turned it into everything. I love it.
Yeah.
But you've seen it on stamps.
Yeah.
You've seen it on a lot of things.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Keep it on your little.
Okay, so I'm gonna take you through a couple of slides that first start with the strategy. A lot of times, right, when you get presentations, you get a lot of buildup and then here's the strategy. Toni Morrison, when she wrote The Bluest Eye, kind of changed literature forever. Because if you read The Bluest Eye, on the first page, it tells you the whole story, everything, right? So you know who Imagineline is, right? You know all of these characters, right? And it's in the telling of the story and the detail to the story that's most edifying, because you know what you're gonna get. You just don't know how you're gonna get it, right? So you actually already have this information. So I'm gonna contextualize it. This is the original report that you got in January. Recommendations for fatherhood-related efforts from the Literature Review and Environmental Scan. One word about that, and I'll emphasize it later. In every way, on every investment going forward, we want to start with a healthy literature review and environmental scan, because we want to know what the academic literature is on the subject matter, right? Research-based orientation, but we also want to know from the field, particularly the local first fives. And we are indebted to the first 5 fatherhood programs. There are many of them, but 3 exemplars, Orange County, Yolo, and Alameda. Again, they're not comprehensive list, they're just the ones that kind of caught fire with us. And they provided, through the environmental scan, some key information that is really gonna help us. All right. So, there are 3 sets of recommendations. And these 3 sets of recommendations are based upon the first 5 levers, right? So advocate, catalyst convener, and then broadcaster. A couple notes around the first. So we're working with state agencies who are focused on policy issues through a collective impact orientation, because some groups, right, want to focus strictly on policy. Our fathers are not included in state policy, so that's not our lane. But fortunately, we have partners who are working on that, so it's definitely the victory we're going to claim, right, in a collective impact point of view. So when policy changes from father engagement to father inclusion, because we're working with these state agencies, that will create the systems change that we're after as it relates to that. A couple of items just to walk you through. So at the highest level, we believe that in order to structure this shift from father engagement to father inclusion, it's like that word empowered, right? When someone says, I'm empowering you, it's absolutely different, right? So when someone says they're engaging fathers, that's really kind of a deficit frame, but the inclusion is you're included in the work, right? When mom and dad go to the doctor's office, often they're talking to mom. Mainly because mom just has been showing up forever, right? That's just the reality of it. But also because it's important for fathers to be engaged and to be accountable. Policy and practice need to change so that we can hear from the father, right, in particular situations, and also the deference is to the family, the whole family. All right. So one of the first high-level recommendations at the commission level is to include an explicit focus on serving the needs of fathers, particularly in our strategic plan and communications materials. We'll have something in August for you on that. We're also working with sister agencies that are focused on a fatherhood app. What's really important about this sister agency orientation is that this would be a statewide app for father inclusion. Fathers can hop on and learn everything about all kinds of benefit access systems. And at the same time, our Stronger Starts information will be in there, particularly on being a buffer towards toxic stress. So we're trying to gamify, right, the notion of father education and inclusion. At the federal level, and this will be included in our 2025-2026 federal advocacy plan, engage in advocacy to public agency partners and administration to collect a portion of the TANF money. There are lots of targets. TANF is just one. There are multiple targets. We're working with our federal partner to really look at what that looks like and how advocacy at the federal level, much like the conversation we've been having about reaching out for additional dollars, going to the federal government who has their own national fatherhood program and figuring out how we can partner is going to be important. I'll skip down to the state level. There is actually a federal or a congressional dad's caucus by U.S. Representative Jimmy Gomez. And as we've been in the legislature having conversations, we're hearing more and more from elected officials on the assembly side that they'd like to create a dad's caucus at the assembly level or the Senate level. A lot.
Just to make it bigger, sorry.
Sure. Yeah.
Try to do slideshow from the bottom.
Yeah, I really don't want to do it yet, but I'll do it right now. I'll just go back and forth. I'm trying to show a video, so I don't want to pop into the
Oh, okay.
video yet. It's because it's kind of weird when it does that. But yeah, we'll do that. Okay. At the local level, right, we're going to encourage local Forsyth County commissions to include an explicit focus on serving the needs of fathers in their strategic plan. Note that what we do above at the commission level, we absolutely want to partner with the locals. Many first 5 county commissions already have fatherhood principles, strong support for their fatherhood programs. So to be direct with you, we are following their lead to figure out how we can match what they've already done in terms of these are our highest goals at an explicit level. I'll talk about the fatherhood working group and fellowship because we're not going to take any of these recommendations at the local level and say, you do this. We're going to say, this is what we think and get their feedback because subsidiarity is extremely important when it comes to programs like this. When it comes to catalyst and note and convener, one thing to note, our systems work begins with internal alignments, right? Small S systems. So what I mean by that is that there are systems at the policy level that orient themselves towards father, well, they don't really orient themselves. They are connected to how fathers engage and are included. That's at the top level. We're definitely going to do that at the federal level and the state level. When we say small S systems, we're really looking at what happens in your local first 5, what happens in all kinds of organizations, because what we're really trying to do is to get all of the fatherhood programs to align around the North Star goals, ACEs and toxic stress response with dads as buffers. We'll talk about that because we think if we can get all of the fatherhood programs together with the same kind of curriculum towards ACEs, we have a better chance to talk to federal funders about funding California. We got to unify first and go get the money second. At the commission level, right, we've already been doing this, which is wonderful. We've had a lot of success co-sponsoring fatherhood events, so Alameda and Orange in particular. Also at the summit, we started a fatherhood strand, and also Alameda Father Corps won the first network partner around the world. Lifting up high-level effective programs as exemplars is extremely important. Again, with the sister agencies, we're focusing on the Good Grid. We also have been invited and engaged at the Fatherhood Council level. Is extremely important because our input with other state agencies is important. They need to know what we know and what we found out through our research. At the statewide level, one of the high level, probably most important and immediately actionable steps in terms of recommendations is a fatherhood working group and a fatherhood fellowship. I'll talk more about that later. Another goal related to the program, related to the working group and then the fellowship is to organize a statewide fatherhood funders collaborative and join the National Fatherhood Funders Collaboratives. As I mentioned, there are literally billions of dollars at the federal level, at the private donor level, at the traditional foundation level, at the small family foundation level. And if we can braid all of those dollars, these fatherhood programs can exist for quite some time. Yes, the statewide level incentivizing a specific focus on fathers 0 to 5. We're going to discuss that in the working group because what we've noticed is that lots of fatherhood programs talk about fathers writ large, but next to none, meaning 0 that we've done in our research, focus on fatherhood 0 to 5, which is, again, that's our brand. So we should probably focus on that. At the local level as well, we want to incentivize local investments in fatherhood program leaders with the first 5 Fatherhood Fellows program. This is actually based on the Kellogg Foundation Fellows. The W.J.K. Kellogg Foundation is both, they're in New Mexico and Louisiana or New Orleans, but they're also in Haiti and Guatemala and Venezuela. And everywhere they go, they don't work like the old philanthropy, right? The old school philanthropy would go in and try to tell communities what to do, right? They start all of their funding with fellowship programs. And they say to local leaders, we're really interested in what you're doing and who is doing it. And we'd like to bring you all together to inform us about this work first. Skip right, it's like inductive or deductive. Focus on what's happening on the ground first and then build a program up. That's a part of our strategy here. Another piece that's interesting is developing and implementing a fatherhood research agenda and local support for evaluation, right? And we want to fund explicit research on fatherhood 0 to 5. A great example for that is when I was preparing for this, and you could do it on your phone right now, like go to Google or whatever you use and just ask the question, how many fathers are in the state of California? How many dads, right? Now, what's interesting about that is the research is inside of research. It's not direct research. It's not direct numbers. You can only infer particular data about dads. That is a big problem. Because if we don't have specific numbers on who the dads are and where they are, then we can't really truly know the population. That's for phase 2. We'll talk about phase 2 later, because phase 2 is looking at all of the fatherhood programs outside of First 5. For instance, Man Cave, right? We want to study them and work with them and listen to them like we listen to our First 5 fatherhood programs, which is phase 1. All right, at the communications level, it's important to understand that we're working smarter, not harder, because we're simply expanding our current Stronger Starts work to include fatherhood, and dads as buffers versus ACEs and toxic stress response, right? So we don't need new funding to do that. We just need to leverage the funding that we have and actually produce different material that speaks directly to a population related to ACEs. Also, at the statewide level, we're going to publish an interactive map of the fatherhood locations. One, because it's a great data collector. I'll show you the map a little bit later in the presentation. And then finally, leverage communications campaigns to highlight and uplift the work of First 5 fatherhood programs. I am super delighted to show you a short clip from a podcast we actually started, where we bring in the local First 5 program leaders and talk to them about their program. Significant part of why we did that is because it's an expansion of our research. Right? We started out with surveys and interviews. Then we did focus groups, right? And then we did the final podcast because it's triple purposed, right? On the one hand, we get more information from the exact practitioners. We also give them the ability to host and uplift and use the podcast on their website as a product, right? For themselves. And then finally, because we had great success in getting a couple of great guests, with the best guests we've had thus far, at the technical ACES level is Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris. It serves as curriculum for the Fatherhood Fellowship programs. It's almost like having Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris inside of the fellowship as our instructor, right? It's like a master class. We'll talk more about that. So I like pictures. We started out at the bottom of the pyramid with initial research. We did some initial investments, which gathered more information. We then created a map based upon what we learned about where the fatherhood programs are in the First 5 universe, and what we're going to move forward with, and what I want to show a little bit of you today is, we think that leadership engagement, right, allowing for a true partnership at the subsidiary level for fatherhood programs to tell us about what they need in this phase 1 is the most important thing that we can do. At the same time, we are working with partnerships, and a lot of the First 5 local program directors are now engaged at the level with these state agencies to inform them about their work. So we're pulling up the experts so they can inform them about information as well. And then finally at the top, as we go through this iterative process, we're going to continue to use our levers as it relates to our theory of change. We are advocates, broadcasters, conveners, and catalysts. And our true focus at the top of the pyramid is fatherhood in all, which means in policy, in program, in process, in media, in communications, at the legislature, at the federal level, everywhere, all the time, fatherhood. This represents a strategy, systems change through research, local data, and perspective. That's that triangulation of data. We could look at the information in the academic point of view and say, we should do that. That's not sufficient because we haven't heard from the locals. So we have to triangulate the data and everything that we did. One more time, phase one, just focus on the internal fatherhood programs. I view it as a service, right, to the groups and organizations that have done this. Some of them have been around 10, 15 years. The time and attention that we spend with them actually educates and edifies us. All right, so why start with a fatherhood program fellowship? Represents our values. Research-based, North Star, audacious goal aligned, and hub structured, right? One of the things most important in all of our conversations is that the feedback that we've gotten over time from local first fives that the hub structure works. Nothing is perfect, but hubs sometimes work. So we're going to work on the same idea and base the fellowship on this hub structure, which means basically we'll have one organization that will do the kind of convening and others that will be brought up so that they can be relieved of the work and just come to the fellowship, right, and engage at a deep level. Again, it's based upon the W.K. Kellogg Foundation program. So when I say that, when I first started this, I was trying to think to myself, now what kind of research and data can we find around successful fellowships that actually get outcomes? And Kellogg is one of them. Right? Subsidiarity and this generative idea. We're also going to lift up program exemplars with evaluation studies. So for instance, Alameda Fathers Corps is not just a fatherhood program, it's a fatherhood program with the 10-year evaluation. It's extremely important for us because when we go to funders, what they want to know is they're not going to fund your idea, they're going to fund your outcome. They're going to fund what you did and how you did it and how effective you were. And so if we can get the exemplar who has a 10-year evaluation, let's start talking to the rest of the folks. Now, how can we organize and help? And that's where we can actually start to make the investment. Oh, you need to do an evaluation. You don't have staff for that. Let's find some funding in what we do in First Five to help you get that study. Because if everybody has that study, we're stronger. If everybody has that evaluation, we're stronger. It also addresses declining revenue through collective action. As the dollars shrink, we have to get out into foundation, private donor, federal government, people with money who want to fund this world. And our collective action actually will help us to be a strong entity to go gather those dollars. Also, it's a moderate investment, high yield. Director Wong reminds us many times that our treasure is dwindling, but our time and talent actually can be of much effectiveness. The end goal, program alignment, and foundation funding.
Can I stop you right there?
Yeah.
So can you just explain a little bit more? You say the values are North Star and audacious goal aligned. Can you explain exactly how this program is aligned?
Absolutely, absolutely. Can I show you a video that answers the
Yeah.
question? Okay, all right. So, yeah. The end show. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So. I'm gonna show the video. And then actually your timing is perfect because the next several slides dive into what that really means. So we had Dr. Nadine Burke Harris on the First Five podcast. This is how dads do it. And I ask a question to her and she gives a response that's really related to dads and their impact and effectiveness.
So make sure in Zoom that you've shared audio.
So where's that?
You unshare your screen and share it again.
Okay.
It'll prompt you to click the box.
Richard's coming over to
Yeah.
provide the TA.
Cheers. Got it. Okay. Sure. All right, here we go. This is How Dads Do It, a podcast by First Five California. There's a societal shift going on, right, as it relates to how men will, again, jump their socialization to be engaged. If you could talk directly to the fatherhood practitioners and dads in the state of California, what would you tell them?
Oh my goodness, just that they have such an important role. It makes such a huge difference. And I will say for myself, you know, I mentioned my own ACEs, and I mentioned that, you know, my family background, my family's from Jamaica, and my mom experienced chronic mental health condition, chronic schizophrenia, and my dad was my safe, stable, and nurturing relationship. You know, and we used to just hang out and do stuff together. My dad's a scientist. That made me what? Yes. We would do all kinds of science experiments and stuff together. But it actually, I mean, he instilled in me my love of science. And he was my safe place. He was the person who I knew was looking out for me. He was the person who really thought I was important, you know, and always made time for me. And if I called him at whatever hour, even when I was in college and medical school, and I would call him and I would say, "Hey, Dad, are you busy?" And he would always say, "Never too busy for my girl."
Oh my goodness. Right? It's so beautiful.
That, I mean, so what I would say is that shapes a lifetime.
Yeah.
Shapes well-being and just connection and how we view relationships, what we expect for ourselves, but it literally shapes our health. It literally affects brain development and immune system and hormonal systems. And what's really powerful is that it shapes the next generation.
All right. So, next couple of slides, we'll kind of unpack a little bit what Dr. Barkeras was talking about. All right. So, I talked about this, so I'm going to skip forward. Let's just take one aspect of the ACEs study and talk about the framing that, I'm looking at it, it's not there. Hold on, sorry. There we go. Okay. So yeah, let's look at one aspect of what we know about ACEs and the rat study. In Dr. Barkeras's book, The Deepest Well, she uses as an example the rat study. This study showed how early exposure to stress can lead to heightened stress and particularly heightened stress responses later in life. I think all of you know that, right? We used to talk about early brain development early brain development as important, right? We said, oh goodness, you gotta talk Greek sing to these young people because of course, if the earlier you get them, phonemic awareness, dose work response, verbal fluidity, all those things were important. But the work that Dr. Barkeras did shows that the adverse childhood experiences that not just some children face, not just children of color face, right? But all children. The first ACEs study, this is before Dr. Burke-Harris. Dr. Burke-Harris used this study that I'm going to mention to focus on, well, how do you operationalize ACEs? This study, I think it was, I can't remember the number, but 70% of the people that were studied were Caucasian. They were not Black or brown, right? Yeah.
70%.
70%. So the importance really of the study from that point of view, and that background is that it seems like when people hear ACEs, they think, oh, right, people of color, get it, ACEs, fine. She says that some communities, in fact, in the book, The Deepest Well, she says some communities just hide it well because they can't hide behind their wealth or privilege or whatever they have, but they face the same kind of problems and effects related to cortisol, adrenaline, right? All these toxic stress responses, quite literally, secrete particular kinds of hormones into our body that over time create deleterious effects. And I think you all know this, right? Related to high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, and all the rest of that. So behavioral change, right? This is what the study focused on. They focused on the stress response and then the behavioral change. Rats that experienced early stress exhibited more anxious and depressive behaviors compared to those that had a more stable early environment. This aligns with the findings in the human studies where early adversity impacts mental health outcomes. The neurological impact. The studies indicate that early stress can, after brain development, affecting areas crucial for memory and emotional regulation. This neurological impact mirrors changes seen in humans who experience early trauma. But what is interesting are the intergenerational effects, because some of the rat studies, or the rats in the studies, and the rat study in particular, suggested that the effects of stress can be transmitted from one generation to the next, not through genetic inheritance, but through behavioral changes and altered stress responses in the parents, which then affect the offspring. The reason why this is North Star aligned is because the effects of toxic stress are generational, but also the buffers to toxic stress are intergenerational. Right now, dads are sitting on the bench, and they're sitting on the bench for a number of reasons: economic, social, socialization, policies, and all the rest. But the programs at the local level had decided, let's go, Dad, let's get engaged. Let's be in Alameda County, let's have dad discussions. Let's be in Orange County, right? And have tadayadas, right? Where you bring out dads that connect directly and have conversations with other dads, right? In YOLO, right? They're talking directly to dads, teaching and training them how to be buffers, the importance of the little things that they do that actually could change. When you talk to a dad and you say, I know you want your child to be smart, but you do want your child to be healthy. And if I could tell you that you could do a couple of things that could affect the long-term health of your child, would you do them? This was a question inside of our focus groups. African-American dude, just looked like a linebacker, right? Kind of a prototypical guy. This is what he said. He said, right, when he was asked, would you engage in more affectionate behavior with your child? This is what he said. I'm not soft like that. But for my child, I'd do it. When you meet dads right where they are, wherever they are in their socialization, however they think of themselves and their masculinity, and present to them the notion that they could do something to save their child's life, they will jump at the chance. That's why it's not North Star aligned. That's why, right, it's deeply focused on this science. 15 minutes left. Okay. All right, I'm gonna skip a couple of things. Yeah. So all of this work is hyper personal to me because when someone asked me, first of all, Director Wong, that's how she recruited me, right? At the end of the day, I was at the legislature, I was perfectly fine. And she said to me, perfectly fine. And it's the legislature, I've worked there for 30 years. I love politics, right? So I'm in my jam space. But she said to me, Angelo, we're working on the fatherhood initiative. That piqued my interest. I love First Five anyway. I have a child that's 3 years old, right? That's the guy right there. And later on, another person in the organization asked me after I'd start working on this, and I said, the reason why I'm doing this is because I need a time machine. All I want to do is to go back in time and talk to my father before he had children. Because if I know if I get smartest man I've ever met in my entire life, to this very day, just passed in 2022, but I know for sure if this smart guy, right, who made me a smart guy, actually understood the science of ACEs, he would have parented differently. I'm gonna skip some of this stuff, but that's my dad at the bottom and that's my son at the top. And one of the things we've been doing, working in communications with Jamie Ann and Rescue, is that we're first trying to lift the awareness around ACEs and toxic stress in a particular way. So telling narrative and story is important. And this was a very specific advertorial that we did in the Los Angeles Sentinel. Why the LA Sentinel? Because we're trying to get to Black dad. We're trying to get to all ethnic dads, but we're trying to start focused on a population that's important to really get at. Reason why the Sentinel and the Observer are important in this first phase is because we're testing a theory around trusted partners. When we were in COVID, a lot of what we did, right, in Compton, Watson, Willowbrook, around making sure that people, right, took their vaccinations or at least put a mask on, we literally worked with trusted voices. Because us telling them that, like, whatever. And some people would say, yeah, I'm not gonna take the shot, period. The trusted voice could say, yeah, but you probably should put on a mask, not should you, right? And because it was a trusted voice, they tended to listen to them more. Okay, so really it's focused on the idea of dads as buffers, right? Buffer in multiple ways: emotional support and security, reducing household stress, positive behavioral modeling, social cognitive development, and strengthening family bonds. How do we do this? Right? How we're doing it is that we're focused on the fellowship. We're bringing the ACEs work as curriculum, and we're going to talk with the first 5 program directors about how they're doing it and how we could do it at a statewide level, right? It's not us just telling them what to do. It's just showing them the science and saying, how can we volumize your effects? All right, I'm going to skip forward, because those just basically go into depth with what I said. So again, fatherhood engagement and inclusion should be seen as a crucial component of this comprehensive strategy to mitigate adverse childhood experiences. A couple slides I want to show you real quick. I think you already know what ACEs happen to be. This is a great slide that Dr. Dominguez Bringley actually absolutely shared with me. If you look at, right, by race, you can see, right, those that have 4 ACEs, right, are in the purple at the top. This is simply saying that this engagement is data-driven, right? That the prevalence of ACEs we know because we have, right, some of the results, right, related to the screening and all of the information. So we're not just saying, yes, ACEs sounds good and we should do it. We're saying this population's in need right now related to prevalence of ACEs. Also, just to remember, right, this is, again, the number of children, just more data, right, that we talk about. You've seen these before, babies that are born. I won't go through this, but some of this data is important because we're really focusing on a data-based orientation. So one stat, right, because we can't find that direct dad stat. If you type in how many dads are in California, you can't find it, but you can find some trends happening with dads that are remarkable. 119,300 men in California took paid family leave. What does that suggest? It suggests that substantial involvement of fathers in early childcare is happening. Why is that important? Because First 5 California has been focused on paid family leave. This is the evidence of systems work. Our investment in that transformed into higher numbers for dads who took paid family leave. There are 3 different numbers at the bottom: 75 million, 7%, and 1.7 million. 75 million, really, they're the fathers to biological step and adopted children. That's 6 in 10 men, right? 7%, those are fathers who stay at home. This is rising by 4% since 1989. 1.7 million, these are single dads, right? And it also includes grandfathers. 1 in 4, right, of this population are grandfathers. That is to say that not only are we engaged in fundamental work that's backed by science, we're engaged in research, we're engaged in a generational shift. Why are dads doing these things? Right? Like, paid family leave has been around for a long time, but dads are taking it, sure, that's part of our advocacy, but that's because Gen X fathers, right, and Gen X families are a little bit different than millennial families in terms of the way that they connect, right? I'll leave that, I'll leave that alone for now. Another data point, particularly as Black dads as buffers, right? So there's a 2000, everybody on my staff is like, if you don't stop talking about this 2013 CDC study. But it basically said that Black dads are more engaged, right? What does that actually mean? That means it is the seed of a strategy. If the structural change is happening generationally with dads serving as buffers, and they don't even know right now what the buffer is, but they're doing the work, we can come to them and talk to them about what they're doing, and we can say, hey, by the way, you know you're buffering against toxic stress. It volumizes the effect of our work. All right, so at the end of the day, you can't achieve the North Star that they just go without dads as buffers, right? It's an essential and crucial element to what we're doing. So how do we do that? Well, again, we started off with research and literature. We did listening and learning through site visits, interviews, and focus groups. In our phase 1, we mapped the fatherhood universe. In phase 2, we're going to map the father universe outside First Five because we can learn from folks who are not in our network. And we're going to lift up exemplary programs and also focus on the fellowship to go get the dollars to keep these things running. I will not go through all of the information in the literature review. I was prepared to, but then it would be like 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna let that go. But also you have all of that information, right? But something to focus on, in our research, we made a list of private funders. So we already have targets. Now we just have to get the organization together and aligned on ACEs and toxic stress, and then we can go right after them. I talked about the research piece. I won't talk about that. You heard that from me. This is the landscape effort that I think is important, right? So this is part of the universe, right? It's not the whole map. And again, these are just First Five fatherhood programs. But notice the stars. They're the preliminary list of local First Five county commissions funding or conducting fatherhood services identified via survey and results. What does that mean? That means that services can become outreach. Outreach can become programs. Programs can become a part of the fellowship. We are trying to incentivize all 58 counties or regions within those counties to lift this up. And as we go out and get that funding, we can fund the entire state if we do the thing right. Smaller size of the map, told you about Alameda and Orange. So many amazing programs and events. We're gonna make it a list. We're gonna have a website with all of the fatherhood programs, particularly so commissioners, when they have time, can go out and take a look at it. These are amazing events that are happening right now, deeply engaging. We talked about the 3 exemplars, but there's also San Bernardino and others. The Centers for Fathers and Family, those are outside, right? But those are important. Yeah. Let me get to the end. Oh, here we go. So another one of the reasons why we think that leadership development is important is because the national fatherhood movement thinks that leadership development is important. Right? We're never going to do something unless it's research and database, right? And then also, not just research and database, it's what the fatherhood programs are already doing at the local level. So it triangulates and matches up. So that's one of the reasons why we picked this notion of leadership development. I'll leave that go. Yeah, I'm gonna let that go too. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. Let's roll out. So the initial strategy. Right? Out of all the things that we could actually do, fatherhood leadership is the one that we think, right, has the lowest investment in terms of economy and scale, but the highest yield. And the yield is not just based upon the money that we put in. The ROI is not just related to that. The ROI is outsized because if we can organize and go get the funding dollars, we can beat back some forms of declining revenue. So phase 1, I just walked you through the whole thing. That's phase 1. And then I'll leave that for you to read because I gotta show you this last part. I think I have roughly about 3 minutes left. That's the map, right? That's basically our strategy in one infographic. But I want to show you this video from the Fatherhood Summit in Alameda. The reason why it's so important is because we co-sponsored it. But this is the state in conclusion that we see. The state that we see by focusing on, oh, it's not showing.
You gotta stop.
I do that again?
Yeah.
Okay. The state that we seek at the end of the day is a community of fatherhood advocates and program, yeah, thank you, and program workers, but also an entire community wrapped around this notion that dads can be buffers related to toxic stress. Okay.
Today is about celebration and acknowledgement of fathers, father figures, and the role they play in the lives of their children and family.
It's incredible to be here. What is most exciting is just aligning with other men who, just like me, looking out for their families. We got a lot of stuff going on, pulled in different directions, but we're not alone. We are all struggling with the same things, all similar goals of moving our families forward, our community forward.
Father work is very important in our county because a lot of young men seem to fall through the cracks, and that doesn't have to be the case if we step up and do what we know we can do.
And you can tell that the purpose of this is to help dads and help fathers. Like it's from the guest speakers, from the nature of the workshops that I've attended, from all of the partners and resources that I've actually had dialogue with and discussed. It's a beautiful thing, man.
Fathers and father figures support families in ways that make positive impacts and make lasting impact. And so as a father, I want to support other fathers in doing that and, you know, just continue to express the fact that fathers matter.
Like the idea that I have two little people that look to me to like give them direction for how to move through life. It's beautiful because I didn't have that when I was growing up. Give them all the information I can and be with them and take them to school and pick them up from school. That's what fatherhood is about to me.
The work continues, no matter where we go or where we are. You know, encourage and inspire them to keep going and to let them know that there are resources out there for them.
I really enjoy the positive environment, you know, having all these people that support dads all in one place.
The turnout is amazing. The speakers are amazing. I'm so impressed. This is my first time coming to an event like this, so I'm just excited to see that continue.
It's just like a blockbuster movie. You got something that's great. This one exceeded my expectations, and it was everything and more than I hoped it would be.
Throughout the country, this is probably like my favorite one so far.
This is my second time. I'm impressed both times. Yes, I've been very impressed.
Today's summit was absolutely phenomenal.
Today's summit was
amazing. It was amazing. It was knowing what my true values are in reality. Amazing.
Fantastic, amazing, breathtaking. I will definitely be back.
It exceeded my expectations, and I can't wait to the next one.
And what we did is we created this little army, well, not so little anymore, army of men that are going out and pushing the message of pay attention to dads, respect dads, make sure you got programs for dads. And so sometimes we got to be the dad police, and that's what I am, and that's what y'all are. And I just, again, want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Sincerely, and I'm looking forward to another 10 years. Let's make it happen, fellas. Thank
you. Yeah, I want you to pay attention to, I think you saw it in brief really quickly, the number of sponsors for that summit, right? And so just imagine creating that kind of effect and impact for as many local first fives that want to do it, that are doing it, that could do it. And us joining together as a big network and going to the funders and saying, this is a discrete, specific program focused on ACEs and toxic stress, aligned with our North Star litigation goal to help dads become buffers against toxic stress response. I think we'll be very successful. I can see it. I can taste it. I already know what we're gonna do. It's just the process of getting everybody together. And that's it.
Given that we're at the end of time, if Angela, is there any feedback that you want folks to give you, maybe on a more informal basis?
Yeah.
Are there particular questions that you had for folks?
Nope.
Okay.
Or does the commission have some responses and questions?
Right.
This was, and then, there was a conflict that, Angela will not be here tomorrow, so this is replacing the informational, where you would be able to.
Commissioner, oh no, when I was watching this, I was just thinking about like the impact that this could make. When I used to be a social worker and, you know, you take the children in the homes or you just think about like what kind of impact this would be, in getting those kids home. Yeah. And then also like just looking at, how we address dads in prison.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and bringing them back, you know, giving them some kind of hope.
Open resilience.
Thank you.
Any other reactions, questions?
Well, I love it. I read his stuff, some of his stuff before and have been following along with this. And I just want to add these couple of things as you think about it.
Yeah.
The end of the day, we're all tired, right? But I want you to, not understand how important dads are in our life. If you guys could just take a second and think about your dad, I hope that brings a good feeling, but if it doesn't, I want you to lean into that too. Dads play a significant role in the lives of children, very different roles than mothers do. I have a husband, I had a dad. But when I think about the role that my dad played in my life and my husband plays in my kid, I also think about the lives of children who do not have that. What you're gonna see tomorrow is Crystal Stairs Man Cave. And it's a program we've been running since 2014, which hearing Dr. Williams, some of the study and some of the things he's done has really, you guys saw me, I was totally listening, but I was writing notes and looking up stuff because just like Dr. Williams said, we started because we couldn't wait on everybody. We couldn't wait on everybody to figure out. Crystal Stairs is 97%. I serve 57,000 families in LA County. 97% are single parent head of household. And if you guys look at the census 2023, in California, single parent head of household has increased. Now, some dealing with the issues of poverty and family relationships and things like that, and sometimes some also because it's becoming normalized. And so, good or bad, however you think about that, children suffer if that single parent head of household thing isn't figured out. And if there is not a father role model in their lives. So just to tee you up, and I'm gonna tee you up in the morning, what you're gonna see tomorrow is like in Fresno where you guys went to a program. I just felt like I would spare you LA traffic. And these dads are taking off work tomorrow to come see you.
They're coming to us.
And they're gonna miss you, Dr. Williams. But we're taking video, so we'll send it to you.
Thank you.
They're coming here. You're going to see, and I'll say this now because it was gonna be hard to say it in front of them. 3 of them are formerly incarcerated. One of them is formerly incarcerated and in a wheelchair. And my biggest advocate, who's going up to Sacramento with me next week. And these are just the 3 things I want you to think about tonight as we go to dinner and all that. Well, we've served about 475 dads since 2014 through our Man Cave program, which I'm not allowed to go to, like they discriminate and don't let me go, but I hear it's great. No, I'm just kidding. But these are the 3 things that they say, and I'm gonna tell you something really shocking after this, that we've heard throughout, because we do pre and post surveys. These are kind of the unanimous things we hear, not fully unanimous. Dads feel they don't know what their value is. They're afraid they're harmful. And they don't know if they're wanted. And saying this in front of them probably would have made me start crying. But do you guys know my husband, great guy, several degrees, he said the same thing. not the same degree in which they've said it, but he resonated with every one of them. And so there's some work we have to do with dads and empowering them. So tomorrow, the dads are gonna meet you for breakfast downstairs in our atrium, and we're just gonna get a little glimpse on how their man cave, and I'll be watching it for the first time with you. But they have come off of work because they heard that First Time California and other entities are thinking about fatherhood engagement, and they wanted to do whatever they could to show you the work that they've done, the changes in their heart and their mind towards their kids. One of them even called this morning, was like, I can't get childcare, can I bring my daughter? We're like, yeah. But to hear all this, I just wanna say, again, I know it's late, you know, he went through a lot of information, but just stop for a moment, think about your own dad's role in your life. If there's still, my father died 11 years ago, and things have never been the same since, because they play such an important role. My mom is still here, but dads play such an important role. So I love all the work you're doing. I'm interested and looking forward to hearing more, and great tee up for tomorrow morning's breakfast with LA County dads.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other comments or questions for Dr. Williams?
I may have missed it, but that fellowship you were talking about, is that funded by First Five, or do you envision partnering with like a foundation to bring in? I've seen like foundations pay for fellows to then do
Yes.
the research. Like, what do you envision?
That was perfect. The way you laid it out is exactly the way we're thinking about it. We're bringing the working group together first, right? And then we're going to plot the course for the fellowship, and we're gonna get it funded. That's our goal.
See, to me, that's like a great way, segue into how we grow the pot of money, is showing successful projects like that.
That's right.
What a great way to be one of the closing comments. Sort of the full programs to sustainability. So thank you so much. We're a tad behind, or if we stop right now, we'll be right on schedule. I want to open it up for any other commissioner closing comments, and then we have public comment, and then we'll adjourn. Any other closing comments from commissioners? Okay, why don't we open it up then for public comment? I am going to ask Director Wong at the end of all this to give us the logistic details. So I'm giving you a few minutes to think about the logistic details for this evening as well as tomorrow. I know we have several people who are here from our county partners and the association. We may have some members of the public on the phone. We'll now take public comment on item 2, but I think it's on this whole day. Yeah.
This whole day is item 2.
Yeah, okay. And Lisa, let me ask you, has anyone signed up on Zoom? There's one person online. Okay, so perfect. We will turn now to public comment. Members of the public may speak up to 3 minutes on any non-agenda items or items relating to pending judicial, administrative litigation or personnel matters. No action by the state commission may be taken on this public comment. If you wish to comment, please, do we have a microphone?
The owl will pick up.
The owl will pick up. Okay.
You can
So
sit next to Richard.
yeah, that sounds great. And we'll do the public comment in the room first, and then we'll do the online one.
Good. I like that. Next to Richard.
Pablo McDazian, First Time Association.
Thank you, Ava, for being here today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I know it's been a long day and appreciate your stamina talking through some important topics today. Thank you to Commissioner Majors for being a fantastic host today as well, and hosting this study session. I also just want to recognize that the conversations happening today around equitable approaches to the work we do is not happening in other state departments. So I just want to commend everyone for taking on the work today. In terms of I just want to focus my comments on 2 areas. One is around the budget conversation that happened towards the end of the day, and say that the notion of working ourselves out of a job may be a more near-term approach for the state commission to consider, and I really appreciate that being put on the table. However, most county first fives, that is not an option. And a lot of that is because first fives in local communities are sometimes the only early childhood funders in the community, the only repositories for early childhood data, the only coordinators of programs locally, and even direct service providers in many rural counties where they are relied upon to pass out things like diapers. And so that is a healthy expectation of the first five system that has been created over 25 years to fill some of the holes in our early childhood system. So I don't want to ignore that fact. I also want to just say that local first fives leverage every Proposition 10 dollar they get. You would be hard pressed to find a naked or unleveraged Prop 10 dollar in local communities, but matching is not enough because of all the services that kids and families need. And I just personally think it's unacceptable that there's a local public agency that has to grade and bend funding to serve kids and families in this state, and they operate as a nonprofit, many of them on the brink of instability. So the last thing I'll say in this section is that I feel this commission has a lot more investment flexibility that was discussed earlier. For example, looking at the Prop 10 statute, each of the buckets in the first five California funding buckets has a phrase in there in the statute that says any funds not needed in this account may be transferred to the unallocated account by approval by the state commission. And the unallocated account can be used for any purposes of this act except for administrative functions. And also I saw a bullet around newcomer support slide that says this commission is not authorized to provide emergency funding. Don't see that in the statute, so I'd love to learn more from staff on where that was stated. Last but not least, I just want to thank Jackie and staff for acknowledging a proposal that we put together for the commission that to create a stabilization fund for local counties. I have extra copies of the proposal if anyone needs it, but I want to just thank you for your commitment to work with the association on fleshing out this proposal. We feel that it's a urgent proposal. It's responsive to what local communities are facing now, both with tobacco tax decline and now severe cuts that are coming down from other state resource sources. And this dual effect is having an impact on communities. And so the proposal is very straightforward. It's to create a $25 million fund that first five locals can apply to. And importantly, it recommends that first five counties express what their specific needs are in their county and inform this commission of what's happening on the ground much more specifically. So with that said, I just want to thank you for your leadership and continued partnership.
Thank you.
Karen Scott, First Five Santa Barbara.
San Bernardino.
Santa Barbara, there, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I'm having a very hard time hearing today, so I hope my volume is not really loud. I just created just a couple of notes. This has been a fantastic day. I thank you very much. Jackie, for 25 years, we've funded programs, not systems. With declining revenues, we can't do everything. Absolutely great. And another question I heard here is how do we change our culture shift and engagement? What could a culture shift and engagement look like? We're standing ready to be able to help you work on what that looks like. I agree with Commissioner Majors. What we can do is leverage dollars through a collective impact approach. I've heard that many times today, and that's very real, very tangible. Let the qualified partners do the qualified work. What I see are the strengths of the First Five California Commission. You guys are great in communications, great communications expert, a connector between state agencies and others, which we rely on, a trusted messenger and a platform for innovation and incubation of those strategies. So I look forward to more of that. I'm curious to see what our culture shift looks like. And when you look at budget and planning and how the outcomes show up, especially in your long-term in that column, it'll be interesting to see how we determine what is achieved by the commission, the 20% of the total Prop 10 revenues versus the 80% of the top revenues, when we're looking for those common metrics and the population health and all of that. So just wanted to share some great points. Oh, and very interesting to hear how First Five California was set up as a state department, and it's not quite, I've always wondered about that, not quite, doesn't quite fit the way other state departments are. So thank you for sharing today.
Thank you.
Scott Wade, first 5%.
He's taking the seat.
My mom would never let me walk in front like that. What am I to add? Hi, I'm Scott Waite. I'm the Executive Director with First Five Merced. I do want to thank the commission and the chair for giving us this opportunity today. I really did learn a lot about how the state commission functions. It's a little different than us in the counties do. And so seeing their timeline, some of the restraints they fight with and deal with, it's similar for us. I think the issue that was brought up this morning right before lunch about should we be making grants and programs, or should we be working on systems change and chasing other funding? That is a challenge that we in the counties have been wrestling with for a number of years. I have twice now been a part of commissions that have hit the cliff where you can't fund for another year, where if you don't make a cut, literally your plan becomes invalid or void. And you have to make those tough decisions, and you have people in the room and you have to say no. And then you get to see them at the grocery store later. That's one advantage you guys have, is that you don't necessarily have to sit there and live in the community with those decisions. You do get to live in the community of First Fives. And so, we'll be there as the county commission's pushing you. That's our job. I wanted to thank Dr. Angelo Williams for making sure that all 58 counties can participate in the Fatherhood Initiative. In the past, the state commission has, offered competitive opportunities. From my perspective, we are stronger as 58 commissions doing the same work across the state than we are. And so just making sure everyone has that opportunity is really important. I think the commission can look at some of their investments. The biggest one, anytime we do a listening session, a focus group, the number one issue I always hear is childcare. We need help with childcare. We need more subsidized slots. I can't get good childcare. It's the number one issue. And we have to break down the math for families right off the bat, which is if I took all $2 million I receive annually and I just paid childcare subsidies, 1% of the county's kids could go. It's not enough to move the needle in the bigger picture, but an investment like Impact, I now have family childcare providers that do ASQs. They do DRDPs. They're worried about square footage, or they're worried about, the other pieces that they weren't before. And so that quality of care is improved, even though it wasn't a direct payment to slots. And so there's ways we can leverage an investment into helping every kid in California without just being the sole funder or paying the big dollars, the big share of it. And then the last piece, when it comes to the fund balance, it is something I've struggled with. I've said it a few different ways with different commissions. One way we said it was we did a 25% of our current budget. Ultimately, it comes down to enough money to pay your obligations. Notice everyone that, all of my contracts all have a 30-day out if the funding's not there. It's enough to notice, it's to meet your final obligations, wind down and lock the door one last time. So having a big giant fund balance just elongates that timeline. When the money's gone, the money will be gone. So there isn't a way to extend that. And so, I just would like to say, we have quite a bit of learning as local commissions on dealing with some of these tough choices. We've done it different ways. And so I would encourage you to reach out and learn from our experiences as you kind of head down that road or follow us down what we've had to do earlier than you.
Thank you so much. We have one member who is on the phone. We have 5. Yes. Thank you.
Public comment, virtual attendees. First up is W. Moten.
Wendy, I'm wondering if we can stop screen share so we can see the person on screen.
Yep. That would be great.
So, Wendy, you are up.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. I had to come in on the last part of the meeting, but I really can appreciate the conversation that has gone on. And I really appreciate Commissioner Major's conversation about when do we focus on the hard choices that we have to make? When do we do that? We have to have that conversation. And it reminds me of a line of a movie that said, hey, we're being pushed in a direction we should have already been. So I know that we've got some learning to do as commissions across the state and as a state commission. But as a whole, as Prop 10, we've got to figure out where we're going to go, who we're going to be in this next 24 years. Our role is going to change. It has already changed, right? In terms of going from maybe a more major funder as opposed to now, having to work more systems wide in that case. And I've been here all 25 years, and I remember there are 4 particular times that we really have been challenged. Our mere existence have been challenged. Prop 28, when we first came about, we had the tobacco companies really had an all-out assault on repealing Prop 10. We also had the taxes that came against us in 2016. We also had a request to sweep some of the reserves in the 58 counties. And also now we're dealing with Prop 31 and also other things that are happening. And so we really do have to figure out how we're going to do this together. It's not the 20% and the 80%. It is 100% effort on how we're going to look going differently to make sure that we are maintaining our infrastructure and protecting these critical services that are going on that everybody has spoke about today. And I'm really willing to pull up my sleeves and push and really get down there and do it together, because together through the 4 things that I've mentioned, the 4 times that really we were challenged with our funding, we've come together as state and local commissions to make sure that we stayed in existence and maintained those services. And lastly, I would just say that I think it's worth having maybe a summit of sustainability where we're all in the same room. Because sometimes we're having our conversations at the association, we're having this conversation today, but let's all be in the room and figure out where it is that we need to go. What do we need to do? Because after all, ECE is prevention. So when there are prevention dollars that are going out, we should be one of the first agencies to say, hey, we want to work with those Prop 10 agencies, because that is prevention. Because we talk about prevention all the time. And I just think that we got to think differently. We've got to get outside of our box, get outside of our comfort level, and we're ready to, roll up our sleeves and do the hard work that we need to do in the conversation that we absolutely have to have. So again, thank you, commissioners, for your time today and allowing us to participate in this conversation. But I would really implore us to do maybe a summit where we're all in the same room, seeing each other and coming up with some ideas of how to go forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Mary Ann Hanson.
Let's see.
Hi, Mary Ann, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So hi, my name is Mary Ann Hanson from First 5 Humboldt. So happy to be able to join you. I want to thank you so much for your commitment and the thoughtful discussion about the future of our shared First 5 movement to impact the outcomes of California's youngest residents. I found the discussion about the future directions so informative. Scott's public comment about having been part of 2 commissions that hit fiscal cliffs was really resonated with me. First 5 Humboldt has hit fiscal cliffs twice in my last 8 years. And so I was just really especially struck by the conversation around external grant funding for First 5s. First 5 Humboldt has been lucky and remarkably successful at leveraging our Prop 10 dollars to bring in additional funds to address our declining revenue so that we can continue serving our community. Less than half of our budget next year comes from Prop 10 funding. I think it's about 30%. And but that Prop 10 revenue base is what has allowed us to bring in those additional dollars to work towards our commission goals. And I have to say the First 5 Association has been absolutely essential since I became ED in teaching me how to do this. Their resources and their learning communities have been transformative for us. But we're a smallish county, not a small county. And small population counties have very limited capacity to write grants. I'm part of the Northwest region and hear about the struggles of my small county neighbors in the choices that they have to make. Some of them are one-person offices, and they have to choose whether to provide the parent education opportunity or write the grant application. It's a capacity issue. And one of the puzzles that I think we need to figure out is how to support them in this leveraging work. We also have to remember that grants come with their own priorities, which might not be perfectly aligned with our commission's goals. And grants don't pay you to write other grants, which is why that Prop 10 base funding that we have has been so transformational. Any of you who have been part of small nonprofit work understand what a challenging formula and dance that is. So I just want to thank you for your deep and important partnership with county commissions and the association. I especially want to thank Director Wong for her fantastic work, leadership, and partnership. I love Wendy Moten's suggestion of a sustainability summit. I truly believe that together we have created some substantive change in California, and that by continuing to work together, we'll continue to improve outcomes for California's children. And I'm wrapping it up because I'm literally running out the door for a 4 o'clock appointment with our county FFPSA manager to talk about how First 5 Humboldt can further our county's FFPSA prevention goals, hopefully with funding. So thanks very much for your work, and I look forward to working with you more.
Thank you very much.
Next is Fabiola Gonzalez.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
You can, Fabi.
Hello, I'm Fabi Gonzalez. I'm the Executive Director of First 5 Fresno County, and I also serve as the president for our First 5 Association. Thank you, everybody, for having us virtually to join in with you all. I want to please share my gratitude for the consideration that the First 5 California Commission will be giving to the 25 million stabilization proposal provided by the First 5 Association that Alo spoke a little bit earlier ago, and that I know Jackie mentioned at the top of our time together. You know, local First 5 county commissions, as you know, cannot be destabilized, because that means the early childhood system of care is destabilized. And I wanted to share that when we talk about systems, when First 5 county commissions talk about systems, we mean the programs, the places, the policies, the practices, and the people that touch the lives of young children. And we as First 5s exist to somehow support every one of those P's in our communities. And in all the things that you can do, innovating with us, coming alongside all of us to support the local county infrastructure in our state, in our beautiful state that is focused on the first 5 years of life, is one of the most critical things that the First 5 California Commission can do. And I want to thank you again for giving that proposal our serious consideration, so that it goes before you during your August meeting. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next is NorCal Resist.
Hi, my name is Gurdeep Dhaliwal. I'm with NorCal Resist. We do get funding through First 5 for our, well, it says I'm done talking. Is it not working?
We hear you. We hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes. You can.
Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't going to get cut off. But you know, we support immigrants and refugees here in Sacramento County, one of the biggest counties where recent influxes of immigrants have gone to. And you know, we do want to thank First 5 for providing that funding. It is one of our first government funding. We primarily rely on volunteers and donations, and we were able to hire members from the Afghan and Latino community to be able to provide direct navigation support to new coming immigrants. I know there was a question earlier during the presentation about, you know, there being newcomer funding and whether that's something, whether First 5 wants to look at, you know, funding just for Afghans or overall all children. I would just urge the commission to kind of look at more as broader. I think all children are going to face different issues when they're young. With newcomers, the children are facing a lot more of the primary issues that First 5 wants to address, which is safety, having a home, having a place to stay, getting settled, and having the environment to be able to grow in a healthy environment. And in that sense, when you are considering funding, I think looking at, you know, broadly at what each community's children are facing, what are the greater vulnerabilities, and looking at that in terms of a priority for funding goals. And in that sense, as you mentioned, for prevention, it does lead to dealing with problems as they're occurring versus dealing with the outcomes of problems that were not resolved as they happen. And so because of the funding we've gotten, we've been able to help with basic needs, place families in housing, and get them into a smoother start, get enrolled in school. And, you know, all those things are reducing the impact of all the trauma that's already something that the families have been facing. And so, you know, we appreciate the effort you've already made towards supporting families, and we're just providing additional reasons why we think further funding for newcomers would meet your needs and would be critical to all the families in California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Gina Delaney.
Hello, I'm Gina DeLayden, First Five Executive Director of First Five YOLO. And thank you for having me. I hope you can hear me. I am in the car, unfortunately. Am I okay?
You can hear you, Gina.
Okay, great. And I also dropped in a little late, but I really appreciate the information that I did hear and your willingness to tackle some difficult subjects, and especially your willingness to work with the whole network. I just wanted to talk to you for a couple of minutes to give you a little bit of information about YOLO and what we've been doing with leveraging and braiding external to Prop 10 funding. And so I think we all work in prevention, and we all like to think about what's coming ahead. And so as I give this comment in the spirit of some understanding of some of the challenges with operating in that manner as a local public agency. So this year, First Five YOLO will pull in external funding to our Prop 10 that will constitute about 80% of our revenue. So 80% of our revenue is non-Prop 10 allocated to YOLO. What that means, I mean, on the silver lining side, I will tell you that we're quite proud of our work to be good stewards of public funds. Most of these funds are public, a little bit private. And we're really pleased with the complexity of the systems initiatives that we've been able to design based on research, based on local need, and really work with our community partners to transform the system of care rather than fund siloed programs. Having said that, the juggling of multiple funding streams is not the best approach to effectively serve families. And this is because eligibility is different, timing of the funding we're receiving is different. Though we work very hard to try to align as best we can the reporting requirements, the data collection, et cetera, that almost never completely aligns. And in order to fund more complex initiatives that I do hope we have a chance to talk about at a sustainability summit at some point, in order to do that type of work, you need more than a small amount of funding. And that's where we run into difficulty. We already have systems that are very and so when they're not sure, when there are several wrong doors, when there's not a coordinated system, we lose the families that we're trying to serve. I'm not saying that this is impossible work, and I would certainly be open to thinking about how our state partners can help us better reach out to larger funders and more coordinated work statewide. And I want you to please keep in mind that it becomes very, very difficult to do the type of complex systems work that we all want to do when you're juggling funding streams. And that it is popular to talk about leveraging and braiding, and it just sometimes isn't the magic that we would like it to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Kesha, July Forward.
Well, I kind of.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Keisha Harris, and I am with July Forward. This is my first meeting, so I want to say thank you to everyone today. It's been a long day to say the least, but very informative. I attended today's meeting because I'm part of a First Five funded program, which is called PLTI, the Parent Leadership Training Institute, which is a 20-week course that meets for about 3.5 hours, 1 day a week for 20 weeks, in which certain skills are learned and developed, as well as just networking and being able to make connections. On week 8, we talked about networks, in which we were able to meet the executive director of the Mutual Assistance Network, which has done amazing things as far as developing leaders and providing resources and information and being a mentor in this field. Most recently, our week 17 was on budgets, in which we looked at the first 5, we looked at a portion of the first 5 budget because it was so long. But that work enabled me to want to attend today's meeting. And I just want to say again, thank you to everyone here today, and that it's just been, oh my goodness, a wealth of information. I want to say that I plan on attending the First Five Commission, and I appreciate the First Five Commission Chair, D1 Supervisor Phil Cerna, for all the work that he's doing and all of the support that the Parent Leadership Training Institute specifically has received thus far. Again, I want to say thank you, everyone, and I look forward to attending future meetings.
Thank you. That ends our public comment.
It
Thank
does.
you so much. Appreciate that. Let me just turn it over to Director Wong for some closing comments and some logistics.
Yeah. What an inspirational day. Really, was talking to staff during the breaks, and really it's the clarity that you all have provided us, the unity in voice and directionality has been really helpful. And we're looking forward to deepening the strategic partnership or the strategic vision that you guys set out. Also, really very much looking forward to working with the association and other partners on hearing what the details of the proposal will be by August. So to agendize that, so we have some really real and significant work that we need to kind of do to unpack what that looks like, right? So and so just again, looking forward to that conversation. Thank you to staff. I know you work really hard on thank you to Chris upstairs, bringing jackets and whatnot. Making sure we are well cared for and kind of meeting our basic needs so we can be focused. But just wanted to acknowledge all the hard work that we did today. And I'm just gonna say just inspirational, because for me, there was clarity in what you all were saying to us. And how we can actually integrate that into the strategic plan to make it actionable and authentic. Right? So a lot of good nuggets. Logistically, so for tomorrow, we are meeting down at 5150's Atrium, correct? Or not?
Yay,
Yes,
yes.
yes.
Yes, I wasn't sure if we had to.
Yeah, no, so we wanted to make sure that, however, we will call the meeting at 5150. We'll zoom in here, so you'll see a screen. The partner presentation, for lots of different reasons, we're not going to Zoom, just kind of to create also a safe space. An intimate, safe space for folks. However, it is agendized down the hill, if you will. And then as soon as the partner presentation is done, we will walk back up and resume on Zoom. So
we meet here first?
So we will meet down at 5150 first, and we will roll call down there and then go into the partner presentation.
So if several of us have bags, luggage.
Oh, I would suggest we come up here first.
Oh, okay. I'm
If
sorry.
you have luggage, come up here. This will be open. Your little luggage parking space is there. It's just a short walk down the hill.
Yeah, and it's down.
Yeah.
So
But they are providing breakfast for you, so hopefully you'll come a little early, drop your stuff off.
So, and we begin officially at 9 AM, which means that maybe we all can Uber to get here by 8:30, the latest, if not 8:15. I understand that, Commissioner Majors has said breakfast will be ready at 8:30?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yeah.
And
I mean,
so,
we're starting at 9, but the breakfast will be ready, the dads are gonna be there by 8:30.
oh, the dad will be there, I think, yeah. To mix and mingle and to get to know. Just really, just grateful for that as well. Great way to end with fatherhood and to see what that looks like here. And we also have dinner at 6 PM, so, but we are going to go back to the hotel, get refreshed, and then we'll meet in the lobby and try to figure out, whether or not we Uber or get rides to dinner at 6 PM.
It's already set. I think Jamie's
Oh, okay,
told
we
us
said-
how we're all.
Oh, okay.
It's an incredible
Okay.
spreadsheet. Yes, and I overlay. Thank you so much. It has in there who's driving. All I know is Shane is my ride.
Oh, okay.
But I think for me, downstairs.
I should take the spreadsheet.
For tomorrow's meeting, what time will it open up for the public?
9 AM. And it is agendized for 9 AM.
Am I
But then we're
driving?
gonna close.
We're not gonna close. It's just, we're not gonna be on Zoom
So when will we be on Zoom, I guess?
at 10 AM.
Oh, 10, okay.
At 10.
And with that, we are gonna adjourn the meeting for today. Thank you all so much. And we'll see everyone who is available tonight and then tomorrow, for our meeting, our full meeting. Thank you so much.
None.
Wow. Yeah. That was a.